We're doing it. We're here. It's been a minute. And I think you can probably hear me as well. Uh-oh. Yeah, this the first touching grass that we've done after we have been playing for a solid year of Grounded, to where we have
Okay, now
all
my mic
seasonal
is
events taken care of.
properly set up. Yeah, this is the first thing since all the seasonal events were done. Yes.
Yeah, so we've got 365 days clocked in Grounded.
Let's see. We've got grounded sound, my sound, and I need you to speak.
Wiggle waves, making the lines jump.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like we're good. The only thing I'm not sure if we're good on or not is audio balancing, but that sounds like an audience problem.
Well, the easiest thing for me to do is check that.
You might have to wait until I actually run into the world.
Well, our volumes are around the same.
That's good. That just means that if the game volume's not good, I can just adjust it. Oh, I forgot I was wearing the leprechaun hat.
Luck of the Spiderish?
Luck of the Spiderish. So how does it sound?
Well, it's got to actually load into game on stream.
Here, let me get some sound going. Sound good?
Yeah, game sounds fine.
Okay. Alright, let's take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow.
There we go. Okay.
I spent a lot of time around rainbows
delay.
last night. Okay, I do need to finish the roofing. There's not a whole lot left. So hopefully we can finish that today. I still have a lot of work to do on the museum. Barely begun the second floor. And
I have to remember how controls work in Grounded.
we have a whole pallet of weed stems here. I wonder if I moved them there just to mess with you. Seems like something I would do.
I feel like last time we were here, I was doing some weed stemmering. Because that's where I'm headed right now.
Well, you know what? The bottom floor of our palisade wall is complete.
Yes!
Which means I need to set up the blueprints for the second floor.
Please don't say those words. They're triggering.
Triggering? What are you, a lib?
No, I just have terminal puzzle brain rot. And I don't need to hear the word blueprints ever again.
And why is that?
I have unkind things to say about a game that I love dearly. And this is not the stream for that.
Oh.
This is the stream to be talking about a different kind of blueprints.
They might have changed how things work.
Uh-oh, what do you mean? What do you mean, how things work?
Does not want to let me stack palisades.
Uh-oh. What does that mean, Blau? Can you try, like, a new how do I get down from here? What am I doing? I gotta remember to equip the right stuff so that I don't just jump to my death. And then
Okay, let me see if I can
back
put
on.
like a small wall in between. No, it won't. It won't let me put anything on top of the palisades.
Can you make a brand new palisade and then spawn something on top of it? Like rather than one that was pre-built, because like maybe something's buggy. Not that this game would ever be buggy.
No, it it just won't let me stack palisades anymore.
Do you need to do some emergency Googling to see if that was in a patch note somewhere?
I can do that.
Yeah, there we go. I think it's just starting a day? I can't tell.
The first result is a Reddit post. Stacking palisade walls broke?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that doesn't bode well.
But this post is from 3 years ago. I've definitely been able to stack palisades since then.
That's why I'm saying try making a new palisade. Because it might just be because these are stuck in like an old state somehow.
Huh. Well,
That's this one. I forgot to equip ant armor, which would have been an idea for over here. Although with the mad greeblies over here, I don't really want that. I think I'll just take the extra couple trips picking things up.
Palisades have 650 HP. How much do mushrooms have?
Okay. Do I have no mutation on? Yes, I've got the correct one. Oh, I didn't go over there, which is something that I should have done.
Mushroom walls have 800 health. We are actually better off using mushrooms than we are palisades anyway. But the palisades was like an aesthetic trick. Okay, well, I guess you're off the hook for the palisades.
Well, we still need the burrs, though. We need the burr, so...
I might as well stock up on weed stems as well.
Look, at this point, it's a routine. It's cozy. It's comfy. It's what I want to do. Gives me an excuse to twiddle my thumbs while we talk about the topic for today.
And what might that topic be?
I don't know. You're the one holding me hostage.
Am I?
Yes. Very much so.
Don't look down. Don't look down. Better safe than sorry.
I should go kill the infected wolf spider.
You're going and killing the infected wolf spider right now? Why?
Because we still need the gold card for it.
Really? I'm somehow missed that. Okay, let's... Dunk. Gotta chop this down. Just a couple over there.
That sounds like I'm having an emergency.
Uh-oh.
I'll be right back.
You can run, I can entertain the children.
Yeah, you carry on.
Hi, children. I'm being very entertaining right now. I have so many anecdotes, none of which I can tell. Oh, stop it! I'm getting attacked. Why is it always when I'm trying to be entertaining, y'all can't see my screen? Oh no, you can, because Blau has it set up where you can see my screen. Never mind. Caught on fire. Oh, it's been too long since I started, or since I've done any kind of like stream nonsense. Oh, no, 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 no. Got caught on a lip there. There we go. I need to get back into the gift gab, the jabbering and all that whatnot. It's important. It's important to be able to turn that on. I've just been busy, like, IRL stuff, you know? Spending time with family and friends. But I do miss the coziness of Grounded. Every once in a while, I think I should, like, log in to the world, but I don't know how that actually ends up working. If it'll sync between my local save file and Blau's, like, save file. And I also have to have, save file shenanigans for when I was doing, like, the outro. Oh, there we go. It's drop. Remember the controls on keyboard for Grounded. Not that I've been playing it on controller. Did I actually put that on my Steam Deck? I think I might have at one point. I've just not been doing a lot of Steam Deck gaming. Instead, I got myself a little like micro knockoff handheld. It's the size of, it's smaller than my cell phone, honestly. It's a real tiny screen, but great for playing like Game Boy Advance, and it handles PSP okay. N64, I don't know why. Ow. Ow. Absolutely hoarded myself.
I don't know. Forever?
I'm getting Blau's background audio of Grounded 4 Till Forever. Oh. 4 Till College. I don't know why that YouTube poop is stuck in my head.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
I realized I forgot to mute the mic.
All I got was Grounded 4 Till College.
So
there we go.
We had put a TV in my children's room after they had brokered an agreement with us to earn one. Or rather, after my 8-year-old had brokered an agreement to earn one. And, now it's broken.
Ah! What happened?
My 4-year-old decided it'd be a good idea to throw rocks at it.
What? It's never a good idea to throw rocks at anything, ever! See, this is why I was going to the doctors. My inventory is full, which is actually not true. It is my arms that are full. My weak, spindly little arms, because I don't have ant armor. I'm a moron. I just gotta remember how to get back into the gift gab on here. Again, we had topics we wanted to cover.
Yeah, so what were those topics?
This is a your decision, not a me decision.
You pick. I'm not in the state of mind to make decisions.
Why do I gotta be the one to be the bearer of bad news? All right.
Go on, it's you. It's the Buttface show.
Oh, here's the plan. We have been sitting on touching grass. We've talked about movies. Because what happens when you get two nerds in a room together? They have to make a podcast about movies. It's just the thing that occurs. And it's been so long since we've been touching grass.
We've literally been planning
when did we start?
We have literally been planning to do this particular episode of Touching Grass for 6 months.
When did we start recording Grounded? What year did we start recording Grounded?
First time or second time?
When did we start recording Grounded? That's all I have.
Originally, it was in 2023.
Okay. So Sonic the Hedgehog 2 had been released at that time. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 had not been released. We're talking movies, not games here,
That's
folks.
also true for when we started recording the series that actually went up.
Okay, all right. But yes, we wanted to talk about the Sonic the Hedgehog movie trilogy.
I believe we started recording this in April of 2024.
I did not realize that Sonic the Hedgehog 1 is a 2020 movie.
Yep. That was the last thing me and Fredla did before we prepared for lockdown.
I think I would have seen Sonic the Hedgehog 1 in theater, but for me, the last movie that you go and see before lockdown will always be just the glowing memory of watching Cats 2019 in theaters. But we're not here to talk about those furries. We're here to talk about other furries.
Yeah, I haven't seen those furries.
Idris Elba is in both. Surprise, surprise.
It wasn't in Sonic 1.
No, well, I was thinking about the series as a whole. Anyways, I have point of order. I have not watched And Knuckles, and I don't think I ever will. And Knuckles.
Now is not the time to be scared.
Just for your information. So if you have some And Knuckles things to talk about, what is a volatile fang?
That is the rare steal from our infected friend here.
Whoa.
So that's good, but that's not even what I was trying to get. I wanted his gold card. He's a very stingy boy. Volatile Fang. It is a trinket that makes things explode. That sounds fun.
That's probably fine, right?
Yeah. Also, I want to say, I have gotten so powerful. Like, when we first started handling infected wolf spiders, like, yeah, I can defeat them, but, like, one hit from them would basically kill me, and now I can, like, effortlessly kill them with the wrong mutation loadout setup.
You know what's hilarious to think of is when we were initially recording Grounded, I had a mouse that was broken, so the scroll wheel would skip every little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And just being able to scroll and select a weapon is an incredible ability that I take for granted every day.
Well, you know what's really crazy? When we originally started recording Grounded, I was living as a man.
Yeah? Is that true for our second series?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
We have only had post-transition Blau.
No, my big coming out was during the Lost recordings.
It's weird to think that I have a huge portion of my life that, like, I have experienced and was meant to be public and is now just considered lost.
Does it bother you?
Feels weird. No, it's just like I now have to be like, well, my memory's already so terrible as it is. Which of my memory can I even relate to? But we're horribly off topic. We were talking about more important things. Sonic the Hedgehog, most specifically.
Right.
So yeah, they made some Sonic movies. They made some Sonic movies after they'd made a Detective Pikachu, and I could have sworn
and a Mario movie was in the works.
I could have sworn that Sonic came out like 2016. Because it feels like a 2016 movie. I'll put it that way. Actually, no, my grand thesis, to spoil the whole discussion here, is that Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the movie, is the best of the trilogy. Sonic the Hedgehog 1 feels like a TV show pilot. Like, it is pretty small in scope, and honestly does not feel like I don't think it holds up as well as you think it does.
No, yeah, I can get behind that.
Like, we'll just get into Sonic the Hedgehog 1. So, Sonic the Hedgehog 1 starts throwing out or massively changing the Sonic cosmology by saying Sonic is an alien adopted by bird people, so basically Samus.
Well, I mean, they just started out with, this is not the Sonic that you've always known. This is an adaptation of Sonic.
Right. And that's fine. Like, you can absolutely adapt things. But then bird people become, like, lore important to the series. And the fact that like, Sonic the Hedgehog is an alien, which he's always kind of been, right?
Yeah.
But, is it Longclaw? I literally just watched these movies.
Yes, Longclaw.
Like, her presence casts a long shadow over this whole trilogy. Like big important.
But really, she doesn't have that much presence. It's just she's more of a plot device.
Yes, and it introduces Baby Sonic. Was raised by owls in secret because he has special powers, and those powers are a threat to what we have to assume is Mobius, right?
Unspecified.
Unspecified, but it's like classic Green Hills, right?
I mean,
it's what you think of when you think of Green Hill Zone in the game. It's got loop-de-loops.
We can't call it Mobius because Mobius is specific to SatAM/Archie Comics.
Okay.
Because video game Sonic takes place on Earth.
Do they not bring up Mobius in Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood?
No.
Are you sure?
Not entirely, but
I just wanted to double check because I wouldn't put it past it. Anyways, totally off track here.
They do introduce the Echidna tribe, so that was kind of ballsy of Sega, inviting Kim Penders for more legal action.
Yep. We do have the Echidna tribe, which I will get to when we get to Sonic 2. I'm super confused.
Well, I mean, they show up in the beginning of Sonic 1.
Yes, they do. And that causes a lot of confusion for me. Because we only ever see the one owl, which is Longclaw. Are the owls hiding out in secret? I'm not sure. I don't know. But anyways, Sonic has magic electric powers. And Sonic's magic electric powers are like canon. The Speed Force is defined by its crackling electricity for the entire series. Which I think is neat. I think that's fine. It's an aesthetic choice. And the way that they work in rings, and specifically Sonic losing his rings, is that rings are interdimensional portals. Think a little like Doctor Strange woobly-woos. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Exactly like Doctor Strange portals.
I'm sorry, the correct term is woobly-woos. And so Sonic is a child, runs too fast, alerts the Echidna tribe to his presence, and immediately gets abandoned by his adoptive mother onto an alien planet.
Not abandoned. Forcefully evacuated.
Okay, sure. Why did Longclaw not come with?
Because she was holding off the Echidnas. So the Echidnas are a very warmongering tribe whose goal is like world conquest or something. Who knows?
I'm just wondering why she didn't come with. Like, step through the door.
So, like you said, he set off his little electric reaction, which alerted the Echidnas. and they showed up at Longclaw's doorstep, literally, to attack. So she created a portal with the ring to Earth and sent Sonic with the bag of rings by himself while she held off the Echidna tribe.
Yep. Again, still not sure why they weren't raising Sonic on Earth.
Because have you ever seen 3 feet tall anthropomorphic hedgehogs?
No, I've also not seen giant owls, but they're very clearly inhabitants of Earth, as we'll find out in a later movie.
Look, don't sweat the details right now.
Anyways, Sonic gets teleported to Earth. A thing that can only be done if you can picture the place where your teleporter is supposed to go. He's dropped off there as a little baby, and he ends up in the middle of nowhere, USA, also known as Green Hill Zone. Population,
no, it's just Green Hill. Green Hill, not Green Hill Zone.
Sorry, Green Hills, USA. He lives in a cave. He grows up to be a teen obsessed with pop culture.
Because he avoids everyone that's only looking to the world.
Do we give him teen?
Yeah.
Or do we give him preteen?
I don't know.
By Sonic the Hedgehog 3, he's like teen.
I don't know that there's really an appreciable difference.
I'll give him the ambiguous age of grounded kids.
We're not there yet.
And it is confirmed for a fact that Keanu Reeves exists in this universe because Sonic's favorite movie is Speed, which he watches with Donut Lord, or from the background of Donut Lord's like house.
You want to explain who Donut Lord is?
No, he's Gazer Beam. Which is who I've been calling Marsden? Is that the actor's name?
Don't ask me. I am not good with actor names. I can't tell you. I can't tell you he was Cyclops in the X-Men movie. So.
It's Shooty Pew Pew Laser Man.
But we talked about this in our X-Men stuff.
Yeah. Anyway,
Donut Lord is a cop.
Donut Lord is a cop.
Sheriff, I think, specifically.
Yes. And he has a doofy deputy
named Wade. Yes, Wade.
Sure.
Yeah, it's Wade. I just had to think about it.
I believe you.
Watch where you stick that nose.
And I actually want to give props to. We don't have. You have a ton of grass planks up here, and no. Oh no, there's a weed stem one. Okay, give me that.
I was about to say, that sounds like an issue, not an issue.
I really like that Donut Lord is already in like a healthy, established relationship with his partner or wife. I don't know. Their marital status is unconfirmed, as far as I'm aware.
No, they are married.
They are married because his wife's sister says divorce.
Yes.
Anyways, already married to Pretzel Lady. Sonic has food-based nicknames in this for what it's worth, and that is
obviously he calls Donut Lord because he's a cop. The cops eat donuts. Haha. Pretzel Lady, however, is a nickname she got because I believe he he does yoga with her. From well,
yes.
I mean, like he spies on them all the time because like he's pretending he's part of their family.
Her doing yoga
and he does
never
yoga,
comes up again. Never comes up again.
I think they
Donut
also
Lord
I think
consistent.
I think they also dropped the Pretzel Lady nickname after the first movie.
Immediately. Donut Lord sticks forever. Pretzel Lady goes out the window. That's all. The only reason I wanted to bring it up, because it feels so weird.
Well, maybe he has more respect for her.
See, I feel like the greatest form of respect would be
a stupid nickname.
Put that in here. Yeah, stupid nickname. Stupid nicknames are the greatest form of respect.
That's why you call me Buttface. Who would ever give a stupid nickname?
And Sonic is shown to be what he assumes is very happy. He's living his best life. Oh yeah, I'm a kid. There's no school. I get to do whatever I want in my cave, all alone. World's tiniest violin sting hits. And Sonic realizes that all he really cares about is human connection, or connection of any kind, really. And he just wants to make friends. He's a little sad, lonely guy. And after watching these movies, want to be sports movies. That's the other important thing.
Yeah, so he ends up playing a game of baseball by himself because he can do that because of how fast he is.
Yes, this is the next thing that I would like to bring up, is that Sonic is shown to be so fast that he effectively can stop time. Right?
Yes.
Blau, I would really appreciate it if you could build me a couple more stem holders, or find me something to put stems, like a next building project for all these stems.
Hold on. You're such a pain.
I'm just saying. I gotta load of stems here. We're just gonna start dumping off in the base.
Is there a particular place I should put them? I'm just gonna put them in the warehouse, and you can come get them.
That's fine. So yeah, Sonic is fast enough to basically do the Quicksilver thing, right?
Yes. I had to think about that for a minute. We went back to X-Men on me.
It's always X-Men.
Always.
Eat, sleep, breathe X-Men these days.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that's one quirk of the way that these movies are written. Did you know that they're all the same director? I did not.
I think I knew that. And
2, Sonic the Hedgehog, the first movie, is this director's first movie.
Didn't know that.
And he has only directed Sonic the Hedgehog movies. This is a guy who was hired and crafted for the course of 5 years to do nothing but Sonic.
Oof. It almost sounds like being a guy that's been, contacted to do nothing but Grounded for 2 years.
Almost. But these movies have a preoccupation with... When Deadpool makes a fourth wall breaking reference, or drops another person's name, it's kind of like a very oblique reference, or it makes sense for his character. Every person in this movie is basically written to reference other things. Does that make sense? Dr. Robotnik references other people and other media properties constantly. And not just media properties owned by Paramount, but he will go from talking about making a Star Wars Wookiee reference to talking about The Dark Knight in the same sentence. Which is wild. It's very much the Matt Johnson school of, we just get to reference whatever we want to because we are a media-obsessed culture. And I think that's kind of interesting way to write Sonic as being so media-obsessed. It makes sense for kids his age. Sonic, at the end of this movie, flosses. He flosses on a race car bed.
Would it be helpful if we put a door on the other side? So you don't have to walk all the way around.
Might be. Maybe.
Nope. Too bad. You messed it up. Let's go put a back door.
But yeah, Sonic is so fast as to be able to recreate a like mini like sports movie in his head after witnessing a bunch of kids and their families go on sports adventure doing the sports ball. Something that is entirely unrelatable to me. And because he runs so fast and is so sad, the saddest hedgehog, he's so blue, dabba dee dabba die. He causes basically an EMP that knocks out the town's like power supply and alerts the government.
Oh no, not the government.
Yep, it's the government. They done been alerted. Let me know if you'd like to get a honk shoe on so that I might be able to get more stems and
yeah, sure.
Whatchamajoobies.
I guess since we're both here, it makes sense to.
Gonna drop off some.
What is that true?
That's right.
No, it's. You are never not going to mess that up, are you?
I don't play Rhythm Heaven. I've never played Rhythm Heaven.
The reporter says, "Wubba-dubba-dubba-dub, that true?" And the guy goes, "Yee."
Yeah.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah.
It's just like that. Like that is the voice. So that's why I thought you were making a Rhythm Heaven reference.
No, I just say yeah all the time. Maybe that is picked up from Rhythm Heaven, but I've never played Rhythm Heaven. Let's think. Big honk shoe. Hey, boy.
I'm bushed. Should we call it a day?
And so it alerts the government, and the government's like, there's only one man who's able to track this kind of energy source. He's the smartest man alive. It's
but we don't really
Jim
like
Carrey.
him.
Not a fan of Jim Carrey?
No. When they're
the government
when
the
they're talking about
government
him,
doesn't
they're
Jim
like,
Carrey.
but we don't really like him.
No.
I don't remember the quote, but it's obvious the military does not like Dr. Robotnik.
Well, he's very clearly an independent military contractor, right?
I thought you were going to say he's very quirky.
No, he's just abrasive. He's from the Sherlock Holmes school of writing geniuses.
Look, I'm just going to say it. This is Jim Carrey playing Dr. Robotnik. This is just Ace Ventura wearing a Dr. Robotnik cosplay.
I would have went Larry the Cable Guy, but sure, why not?
Why Larry the Cable Guy? That's not one of his roles.
Or no, what's the not Larry the from the movie where Jim Carrey plays the Cable Guy?
What's his name Cable Guy?
Okay. Because again,
but I mean,
that's is...
You know what? I'm not even going to argue it because all of the characters that he plays in those types of comedy movies are the same character, and it's no different here.
You could have went with The Mask. You could have went with anything, right? It's
Jim Carrey.
Media obsessed, overreacting. And if you're gonna here's the thing. I don't think any other humans outside of Jim Carrey and I wish I knew the actor for Agent Stone's name, who is incredible in these movies.
Probably the best human character.
But both of them, because those are the only good human characters because they know that they're in a cartoon and act like they are cartoon characters. I am not a particularly big fan of toxic yaoi, but oh my god, Agent Stone and Jim Carrey. Okay? I love them. I ship them. It's real.
Yeah, as it turns out, Agent Stone is very gay for Dr. Robotnik.
I don't want to spoil the last line of this trilogy from Dr. Robotnik, but, like, there were actual tears in my eyes in the theater. I'm not gonna lie. It's just so touching. Anyways, Jim Carrey comes out, does the Sherlock thing, which is, I'm smarter than everyone here, and that gives me a license to be a jerk. There's more choice words that I could give. Hold on, I'm getting a message on my phone that I can ignore. All right, we're safe. Which gives me a license to be a jerk. The "nobody cares" line from the trailer. And
Oof.
he just Jim Carrey's all over the place.
I just remembered something about the trailer, but I'm going to wait to talk about it.
I did not watch the Chip and Dale reboot as part of this binge yesterday, although I was meaning to.
Oh, I wasn't even going to mention the Ugly Sonic, but...
Oh.
This was something else. Something you may not even be aware of.
Do we want to get the Ugly Sonic out of the room, or do we want to wait until the meow line?
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not in the actual movie. I think everybody is very well aware of Ugly Sonic by now.
That's what makes me think this movie is a 2016 movie.
Well, you know what?
Ugly Sonic lives in 2016 in my head.
Let's go ahead and talk about it, because it is actually kind of relevant to the mentality behind the making of the movie.
Yeah.
So, originally, when this movie was getting ready to come out, we had a different design for Sonic, and let's just say it was the stuff of Eldritch Nightmares.
Well, the particular aesthetic for Ugly Sonic is just they made him look more human.
Yeah,
they were giving him the Cats 2019 look.
He had teeth. He had, like, uncanny valley eyes. He had, instead of white gloves, like long spindly fingers covered in white fur. It was very creepy looking and just absolutely hideous.
It's the wrong side of the uncanny valley. And anyways, for the mentality of making this movie, I'm interested to see what your point is on that.
So, there was massive backlash online after they revealed the first trailer showcasing this Ugly Sonic. Enough so that prompted them to obviously go back and redesign it to something that looks much closer to how Sonic looks in the games and like every other piece of media that exists anywhere.
I really like the actual designs of Sonic and friends in these movies. They look really good.
I forget the gentleman's name, but they ended up getting someone that actually worked on like either some stuff in the games or some animation or something. I think it was the guy that did the Sonic Mania shorts that they got to help with the design that they ended up using. But, so, like, it's relevant for the mentality going into making the movie because, like, it really showed a callous disregard for what the fans want and expect, and put that Hollywood knows what you want better than you know what you want attitude on full display that we've seen a lot, I guess probably around the time of 2016. I think there was even a
good video game movies at that point, right?
No. I think there was even a quote by the director about this that was basically just a tacit admission that he does not care about what the gamers think, and he doesn't think that they're going to watch the movie anyway.
Which does show in the way that the actual, like, structure of the movie is.
Yes.
Like, this did... outside of this being... Actually, no. I'm gonna say it. There is no part of this movie that requires Sonic the Hedgehog to be Sonic the Hedgehog. right? If you did Mad Libs with the verbs of this movie, the plot is, in broad structures, an alien comes to Earth and wants to connect with humans.
Yeah.
A mad scientist tries to chase the alien. This alien goes on a road trip to get back their, like, teleport ability to escape Earth, and in the meantime, discovers the power of friendship.
Yeah.
Sonic's powers being fast are just an excuse to do, Quicksilver bullet time sequences, of which there are 2 in the movie? 3 if you want to count the baseball scene.
They absolutely could have replaced Sonic and had the same movie.
Like, this feels, again, because this feels like a director for hire who'd never done anything before. I didn't check the script writer, but I bet you that this was just a script that had been kicking around in Hollywood for several years, and eventually they found a property to attach it to, being Sonic the Hedgehog.
And this is probably also why their depiction of Dr. Eggman is just Jim Carrey doing what Jim Carrey does.
I find that Jim Carrey actually does infuse, but Dr. Eggman has characteristics in this that do get developed as the series goes on. Like, there's a throwaway line when Jim. So
I think you do see a lot more of what makes Dr. Eggman in the games in Jim Carrey's version of him as the trilogy goes on. But in the first movie, 100% just this insert 90s Jim Carrey movie. This is Jim Carrey.
So to get us back on track on the plot of the movie, Tom. His name is Tom. That's it.
Donut Lord.
Tom Donut Lord.
Okay.
Tom Donut Lord finds Sonic in his garage and trank darts him because. Meow, I'm a cat. No, you're very clearly an alien. Okay, understandable. All right, so people just don't accept that there are cartoon hedgehogs.
Okay, I do want to interject real quick.
Yep.
As someone who had actual pet hedgehogs.
Yes.
There is a joke here beyond the apparent, which is that if you keep hedgehogs as pets, generally you feed them cat food.
Oh, that's funny.
This is also
I didn't know that.
It's also a joke made in Sonic X, but less a joke and more like a direct reference.
Huh. Neat. That's a detail I didn't pick up on. So Tom, being the sheriff, being a responsible animal control officer, tranks this. Oh, right. We should also say, other important thing. Donut Lord, Sonic's favorite person in the world, is trying to become a police officer for San Francisco, which is a long, long way away from where Green Hill Zone is, potentially across a great body of water?
No, not across a body of water. I don't know why you would say that.
Well, because at one point, Tom is like, just run to San Francisco. And then Sonic comes back, he's like, I got stuck in the water and I now have a fish on me. I can't swim, this is a problem. That's a plot point. That's why they need Tom to bring them to San Francisco.
Wait, say that again? Sorry, I was distracted by the fact that this scarab beetle fell out of the pipe, which I didn't think was a thing it could do.
I'll work up to it. Tom wants to go be a cop in San Francisco.
Right.
Bully for him. He passes his cop exam for San Francisco, and then right before getting tranked, Sonic sees Scott's big... Scott. I keep saying Scott because I'm thinking...
Scott Summers?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what we're doing. We're doing it. Ah, Blau! You
Hey.
poisoned me!
Hey, this is not me. You cannot pin this on me. This is your own
Oh,
brain
it's
worms.
my brain.
Your own brain
anyway,
worms.
I'll just have to default to Donut Lord. Donut Lord's wearing a San Francisco shirt. Sonic drops his escape ring portal, and all of his rings get stuck on a tall building in San Fran. Then he passes out.
Because he was wearing a San Francisco shirt that had the picture of this tower on it.
Yep. And Sonic passes out, and then Eggman shows up at Donut Lord's door. And Donut Lord, I really appreciate that, like, Donut Lord is shown to be competent and not stupid, and 100% does not trust this guy who's claiming to be with the power company to let him into his house. But Robotnik just barges in. So they give Robotnik drones. And I kind of don't like Robotnik's drones. I get that Robotnik's drones look like eggs.
They're basically the Portal 2 sentries.
Yeah, the little turrets.
Yeah, Portal 2. Why am I saying Portal? Portal turrets. They were in the first game. They're in
Portal 2.
They're in the first game too.
They are, but they have a lot more characterization in the second game. So I can see where your brain's auto-completing that. I'm giving you the out on that one. But like they look like floating eggs, and if it's a stretch, that's where they're getting Eggman from, right? But this movie has such disregard for all things like Sonic video games, I don't see why that's the detail they decided to focus on. Because at no point does Eggman, does Robotnik, like, do anything with, like, captured animal experiments, kind of outside of his desire to do animal experiments on Sonic. But you know what I mean. He just sees massive power source. I want that. It's for me. I know the government has hired me to track it, but, like, I'm going to get it for myself. Sonic. Oh, and there's a throwaway line about Robotnik being adopted and how he never knew his family, and he's like butthurt about that. And it's like, oh, that's just a throwaway line. And it actually is like important character dynamic that comes back up later on. And it's some quip that he throws out while Tom is blocking the door. But Robotnik eventually like threatens Donut Lord at gunpoint. Like this is a little. I think Sonic even makes a quip that being like, "This is a little excessive on force." Sonic saves Donut Lord, and it is stated that after being tranked, he can't really run all that fast at this moment. So he needs to rely on Donut Lord to get him to San Francisco to escape Earth. Because Donut Lord has now assaulted the US military and put his job offer in jeopardy. So they've become reluctant allies. Right? That's where we are in the movie?
Yeah.
And then it's a buddy road trip movie for 20 minutes?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, they go to a dive bar.
Yeah, he makes a bucket list. Oh, wait, is the bar before that or after?
Nope. Bar is where they do the bucket list.
Okay.
Can we talk about the fact that there was a movie with, was it Morgan Freeman and Jack Nicholson called Bucket List? And that is the first time bucket list was ever used in the English language to mean that. And it was like a recent thing. It's like a...
No, it's not recent. Bucket list is... I think you're way off here, because bucket list comes from the term of kicking the bucket.
Yeah, but but bucket list, making a bucket list.
Yes, things you want to do before you kick the bucket.
I'm doing a quick... Yeah, bucket list. From the phrase kick the bucket, first used in the 2007 film...
Incorrect.
The Bucket List.
Incorrect. I don't care what source you are
At least
forcing this from, it is wrong.
No.
Because
Kick the bucket is
No,
a
no, no.
phrase.
I know that, but bucket list definitely came before that movie. Because I have used it and heard it used as a child in the 90s.
I'm I'll have to do some more research on this.
Might be the
Looks
first
like
time
might have
it
also
was
been used.
popularly I can't say it, popularly used. And maybe it was just like a southern thing or something before that. I don't know. But definitely older than 2007.
It just seems weird that like all of a sudden everyone knew what a bucket list was and we've just accepted that into our vernacular. Because it makes sense. It's good. It's good and I like it. But yeah, total random tangent aside. Sonic makes a bucket list of everything that he wants to do on Earth before he has to leave Earth forever. And on that list, what is it, like make a friend, have a family? I think it's just make a friend, right?
I don't remember.
It's something sweet and sappy, and it tugs at Tom's heartstrings, and it makes him feel bad that he's going to be leaving his like small podunk hometown to escape to the big city and leave this poor kid behind, whose only friend in the entire world is Tom, as far as he can tell. I have just dropped everything into the water, and I am a jerkus.
Okay.
Oh, life is terrible. Can I even get these back? Maybe. Nope, that's as many as we're getting. The rest kind of just live there. Okay. And then Sonic starts a bar fight. Tom's about to get into trouble, and yet again, Sonic, for the first time that we actually see this power manifest, like goes so fast as to stop time and has a Quicksilver adventure set to music.
I think it might even be the same song that they used for Quicksilver the first time we saw him do it in X-Men.
No, it is not.
It's not.
No.
Definitely the same vibe, though.
I don't even think it's like a classic. It's not like a classic 80s song. They have a I know they definitely use Having a Good Time by Queen at some point, but I don't dang it, why? Dropped everything again. It's fine, whatever. But yes, these movies definitely do have the kids movie problem of we are also building a playlist so that we can sell a soundtrack, like an OST. And it gets even worse in the second movie. I say worse. They literally do the bar scene over again in the second movie, and this time take a moment out of their way to get a clippable TikTok dance montage. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We're just talking about first movie for now. I swear I'm not jumping around erratically.
Okay,
Where did all of
whatever
those...
you say.
Where did all those go?
Where did all what go? You're not speaking English here, man.
They dropped somewhere and now they're gone. Maybe they ended up top. Okay, all right. Sonic saves Donut Lord. They escape the biker bar, and yeah, they did get up top here. Okay, that's weird. They escape the biker bar and crash at a hotel. Sonic passes out, and like again, Donut Lord and him bond. And Donut Lord still hasn't told him that he's leaving Green Hill Zone to work in San Francisco. Eggman's chasing him down. Again, a lot of this is just road trip drama, right? I don't have much more to say. Okay, I need to scroll down if I'm missing anything. Robotnik discovers Sonic's quills and finds out that they are a powerful power source that crackle with electricity, and he... Oh, cancel. I just realized you called this zipline River Styx. That's pretty great.
It took you a long time to realize that.
Just found that out now.
I was proud of that one.
It's good. Solid. Hell yeah, girl. Nope, stop that. Let me zip. There we go. Robotnik has a tiny little dance sequence in his armored vehicle as he's like experimenting with this quill power and seeing that it's a great power source for his machines. And eventually
oh, I got real bad news for you, Chief.
What?
Real bad news for you.
What's up?
So I've started working on the displays for the museum.
Yeah.
There are some things that we need some materials for.
Oh, what do we need?
Well, one of the things we need is infected broodmother chunks.
I asked what we need, and then all I heard was static.
I am at the base. Whenever you come back, if you want to take a honk shoe.
I'm heading back right now. Like, I literally just dropped off the last of our, Did you make a back door here, by the way?
Yes. I don't know if I ever...
You did? Where?
I don't know if I ever finished it, though.
Where'd you put this back door?
It's right here.
Ooh! Hello, it's me.
Hey.
I'm ignoring the little spider following me around.
Hey.
I am ignoring the little spider following me around.
Okay, you were saying?
Yeah, this is where Sonic rolls into a ball and defeats, like, a Robotnik vehicle, I want to say, that shot a harpoon through Tom's dashboard. That's a thing that happens. I'm good to honk shoe whenever you are. And I have dropped off another 110 spiky burrs. And then Tom reveals that he's going to San Francisco. Sonic has like a little mini meltdown being like, you can't just leave Green Hills. You need to take care of the people that are important to you that are there. Like, don't abandon your family, your community.
Very much projecting.
Abandonment issues.
He's very much projecting.
Yeah. Well, he has abandonment issues. It's totally understandable.
Well, no, I don't think it's the abandonment issues. I think it's that he covets having a family and a community that loves him so much that he's actually upset at how easily Tom is willing to walk away from having that.
Okay, all right. I can see that. I can see that as a through line. But regardless, they make it to San Francisco. Something we have ignored for the most part here is that Pretzel Lady's sister deeply disapproves of Tom for no clearly stated reason.
No reason that is ever stated.
She doesn't like it. And you know what? I'm a born hater. I can totally understand this. I've met some people that I'm just like, you know what, your vibes are off, and I don't like you. And there's no clearly defined reason that I don't. I do not care for you.
My wife takes issue with the depiction of Pretzel Lady's sister.
It's not very flattering. It is definitely the angry black lady stereotype, right?
Yes.
Like it's it is a broad caricature. And again,
by contrast, I feel the need to point out that Pretzel Lady herself is basically a white woman, just she's black. There's nothing about her character that is coded black in any way.
Can I go one step further? And I kind of touched on it. Is not that Pretzel Lady is coded white or black. Pretzel Lady has no character. She is defined as Pretzel Lady for all of 2 seconds, in contrast to Donut Lord, and then doesn't have a defining characteristic the entire series.
Why would you disagree with me and then say the same thing I just said?
But
she's basically a white lady.
But like when you say white lady, I'm saying that she doesn't even go into like soccer mom mode or a Karen or like nothing. She has no defining characteristics.
You don't have to be a white lady to be a soccer mom or a Karen. I'm saying that. What I'm saying is that the idea of a white lady does not evoke any kind of personality traits or cultural traits or anything. But black lady evokes plenty of both personality traits and cultural traits. And Pretzel Lady has no personality traits and no cultural traits.
No. And then, of course, her sister gets angry black lady stereotype.
Yes. And my wife, who is black, takes issue with that.
Yeah.
Rightfully so, I would say. Because that is a harmful stereotype that is portrayed all too often.
They go to her house.
While you're out there, could you kill some ladybirds for me? I need 5 shells.
Ladybirds?
Yeah.
Those are not ladybugs. Those are ladybirds.
Those are the hostile ones. Yeah.
Those are the ones in the upper yard.
Yep.
Okay. I can put a pause on my burr and weed stem collecting and go and do that.
Well, I mean, it's not that urgent. I wouldn't put a pause on that stuff. I would just do it like when you've already done all you can with that for the time being.
Well, I mean, it takes me a full day to basically go and chop down out there, so.
Well, don't worry about it. I'll pick it up later.
Okay.
I'm just trying to make all of my museum displays and move them over to the museum. Don't worry about arranging them when they're all there.
If you get a chance, I could use some more holders, or you can use the 4 that I already filled up for stuff. Okay, where were we? Yes, I
can't make any more holders.
5 Sonic? No, Sonic.
Yeah, they.
I forget the exact order of events.
We're out of pine cones.
But they get on top. Oh, you know what? Then I'm gonna go on a pine cone trip. I'm gonna go get you your ladybirds, your lady what's nots. I need to repair armor. Yeah.
You're gonna go get my lady parts for me?
Gotta go do it.
Not even gonna comment on that one, huh?
Not even gonna comment on it. Leaving that one unspoken. I've got dissection expert on. What do they like or dislike? I'm gonna put sharpshooter on. With a wizard.
Has anyone said anything in the chat? Because I'm not entirely sure if this chat window I have OBS popped up is working.
I'm not seeing anything in chat.
Okay. I thought we might have gotten an Enigma. Usually he shows up.
We'll see. You are live though. Like I am okay. I am able to. Like I'm well yeah, I had to be able to see to listen in. I don't remember the exact order of events here. But Sonic at one point gets on top of the building And also gets into a fight with Robotnik where they...
Well, it goes back to the opening where they have like a chase through San Fran, right? Where he does the whole record scratching. Yep, that's me. I bet you're wondering how I got here. Because that was a big meme at the time.
I mean, it's not a meme. It's like a trope in movies.
Well, it was also being memed on pretty hard on Facebook. I know you don't really do the Facebooks, but I did at the time. I don't really do it now, but I did at the time. And yeah, that was like a meme format in 2020.
Okay. Gets in a fight, gets dinged up. I want to say goes back to Sister's house. They tie Sister up to a chair, which is a running gag in this movie, is just tying people to chairs in the background to disable them. And then Sonic gets gifted shoes, and he's like, oh, this is the first gift anyone has ever given me.
Okay, now I can talk about what I wanted to talk about. The shoes.
Shoe it up. Shoe it up.
Freaking shoes.
Shoe it up.
So, up to this point, Sonic's just had like some really beat up, scuffed, dirty, like ripped, stained white sneakers. Like the kind that your dad mows his lawn in. And
Please stop calling me out like this.
I'm just saying, everybody knows what those are. Like, a lot of these scenes we have seen in the trailer if we watch them. Like, at the bar fight, there's a scene where Sonic, like, does the, like, jump and slide over the hood of the car to get to the passenger side. And that was in the trailer. And, the meow scene from earlier was in the trailer and stuff like that. And I know why they did this. It's just, it irks me. But I've got to mention it. The scene that we've gotten to in the movie, which we're basically at the very end of the movie now. This is like right before the big climax. This is where he gets his iconic red sneakers with the white stripe. But in the trailer, for all of those scenes that take place before this point in the movie, he's got his iconic sneakers, not the beat-up white sneakers. That's all. Carry on.
Wait, are you telling me that advertisement for media might in fact lie about the contents of the media that it is advertising?
They're not legally allowed to in the United States.
Someone get Kojima on the phone!
Like, trailers are not allowed to have scenes that don't exist in the movies anymore. Because that used to be, like, a pretty prolific thing, and I guess
remember
Congress passed a law about it.
Do you not remember all of the trailers for Avengers Endgame?
No, I didn't watch those.
Okay, because, spoilers, the Hulk is in all of those trailers.
Huh. That might be where this law came from. It's a fairly new one.
Oh, if it's fairly new then. Okay, I was going to say, because they were keeping the fact that...
Yeah, you remember Bob talking about this during a Let's Racing Time race, don't you?
Do you think I remember what Bob says? I don't go around having Bob in my head 24/7.
Don't lie.
No offense, Bob, but like, we talk about a lot of stuff.
Don't lie. You think about that man constantly.
He's so dreamy.
He is pretty handsome.
I've never met him in real life. I know you have, but yeah, he's a tall, dark glass of man right there.
He's a good-looking guy. He's a good-looking fella.
I mean, he takes care of himself. Sorry, but I'm not fanboying over Bob. Let's move on.
Let's
move on.
I'm gonna have to clip this and send it to Bob.
No! Stop it!
Just as soon as I learn out how to clip things on YouTube.
You'll never learn. I'll never tell you.
I'm sure there's a tutorial out there.
No! Enigma. Sorry, not Enigma. Enigma can show you how. But yeah, for some reason, they end up back in Green Hill Zone. Green Hill town.
Oh, because during the fight, they get up on the tower and Sonic gets his bag of rings, and I guess, Tom and gosh, I cannot remember her name now that you've started calling her Pretzel Lady, but they fall off the building.
She's not a character. You don't need to remember her name. She can be replaced with a cardboard cutout.
Anyway, they fall off the building, and Sonic's quick thinking is to create a portal to their
house?
Was it their house or was it downtown? I think it was downtown.
Or was it a barn with hay?
Yeah, I think that sounds probably more correct, because like Sonic and Robotnik go through it right after that, and they're like fighting in downtown Green Hill. Anyway, they all wind up in Green Hill because of that.
I want to back up and mention another thing about the writing of this movie is it is in some sense insufferable, like the amount of like quippy pop culture reference stuff, and not in a like ironic or subversive way that Deadpool does it. It's just like referencing things and other things. It feels almost like product placement in some regards. We haven't touched on Olive Garden yet. We will.
Oh god, sure. They mention Olive Garden so many times in this movie.
But
I really didn't get that. Like, I know it's always been a bit of a meme to kind of dunk on Olive Garden for being like subpar Italian trying to cosplay as like a fancy Italian restaurant or whatever. But I don't know why, because that's like old. It was not a relevant joke when this movie came out. It wasn't a relevant joke when they began making this movie.
Ow! 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 My everything! Ow! I need to remember how to fight in this game. Sorry. Heck.
But yeah, dunking on Olive Garden is just a time-honored tradition, I guess.
Sorry, I was mid-combat and lost my train of thought. But there are some, like, genuinely funny bits to this movie. Like, them riding up to the top of this tower with Sonic in a duffel bag, and then people being like, do you have a kid in there? No. I mean, yes, they are a child because they are not an alien. But it's not my kid. It's someone else's kid. They're fine. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, that's a good, funny bit.
And Sonic's,
that is a hilarious.
Sonic's arguing with him through the bag.
Yeah. No, I sat in the movie theater and I laughed at that. There are little bits like that throughout the movie. Robotnik yelling at Stone, "Yes, I would want a latte. I love the way you make them." Which then itself becomes like a running theme of the movies. I don't know. There are moments of like actual.
That's actually a very important thing that keeps coming back.
Yeah, it feels, again, this is why I say this movie feels like a pilot, because it throws so much at the wall that it then goes on to mythologize in the second and third movie and actually like build something on the nothing foundation.
Hey, while you're out and about, can you get me 3 pieces of raw nat meat too?
What's a gnat? Remind me.
Annoying little bug. I almost said annoying little bug.
Oh, the flying ones.
Yeah.
Got it.
5 ladybird shells. I need 5 ladybird shells and 3 raw gnat meats.
Ladybird. I've got a ladybird shell so far. But I'm doing what I can. So there's moments like that. And we also forgot to mention Crazy Carl. Because Crazy Carl shows up at the end here to defend the town from Robotnik. And is like, I knew that hedgehog was real! Because Crazy Carl saw Sonic the Hedgehog out in the fields as an alien, and it was kind of like
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you again. You have really got to stop attacking the furniture.
What?
You know what you did?
What did I do? What?
There was a grinder that you have almost destroyed.
You can't prove that. There's no video evidence.
There literally is.
You can't find it.
I mean, I have the proof that it was damaged, and I didn't do it. And it's inside the middle of a building, so a bug didn't get to it. So you tell me, who does that leave?
That sounds like some deductive reasoning there, Sherlock. Where am I gonna find some gnats? I'm gonna find some gnats over by Stinko Man.
You could go to the garbage can, or you could go to the infected gnats right in front of the Hayes base lab.
I was gonna go to Rash.
I don't. Are they there during the day?
Anyways, I'm upper yard at the moment, so I'm not even worried about that. Oh, can you? I'm trying to block. I hate how I have to pause myself every time I'm fighting. Crazy Carl draws gotta go fast like Sanic. He draws Sanic fan art.
Actual Sanic.
Yes.
For people who are not aware, that is a specific meme of Sonic drawn in a very specific way that looks like a 5-year-old drew it.
Sorry, I can get this on screen. Can I do this?
It was actually even in Sonic Forces as a shirt that you can put on your Creative Furry. Yes,
Can you see that on my screen?
That is Sanic.
All right. I have the capabilities to grab screenshots and drag them onto screen now. I've upped my computer abilities since last we spoke.
I could do it, but it would just take a little bit extra work because I'm directly capturing my game footage.
So they end up back at Green Hills. The whole town is there. They're ready to defend Sonic's and the right for Sonic to exist. Robotnik shows up in a big flying machine.
As he will.
I kind of like... What?
As he will.
As he will. I kind of like that they have modernized Robotnik in just big machines. It feels familiar but new, you know?
Yeah, I actually do like
Sonic...
what they've done with his tech in these movies.
I was gonna say I don't like it so much in this movie, where again they just feel like egg portal turrets.
Well, in general, in the first movie, because you literally could have taken Sonic out of the movie and made the same movie. It felt like the mechs, like they went way too light on that stuff.
But I think,
and they relied way too heavily on the little drones.
Everything that Robotnik pilots feels like it could be out of one of the games, though.
Yes.
Maybe one of Sonic 06, but regardless.
I mean, the machine he's piloting is basically his egg mobile. Just kind of souped up a little.
Yeah. And then Sonic, through the power of friendship, powers up and does Sith lightning on his machine.
Yeah, they have a fight scene.
No, like Sonic literally pushes Eggman's device with Sith Force lightning. Yeah. This is never brought up again in any movie. I want this to be very clear. How am I stuck in a web? But then there's a fight scene, yeah, like you were saying.
They have a fight scene, and it's a little anticlimactic, if I'm being honest. Because it's very short. Very, very short fight scene. I think it's basically like like maybe 3 blows each are exchanged before Sonic spin dashes into the thing, sending him through a ring to a mushroom planet, which I guess is supposed to be Mushroom Hill.
We have not talked about Mushroom Planet. I would like to make special mention of Mushroom Planet being drilled down this entire time of Sonic does not want to go to Mushroom Planet because Mushroom Planet kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's
right?
It's a whole planet that has nothing but mushrooms.
What are the 2 defining, or I guess 3 defining features of Mushroom Planet and why he's wanting to escape there? Do you remember off the top of your head?
No.
They bring it up in every movie.
Well, you have to realize
no inhabitants.
It's 6 months since I watched it.
Okay, no inhabitants. Lots of mushrooms.
Yeah.
And
So I had 2 of them.
They say this exact phrase every time. Breathable atmosphere.
Ah.
Sorry, I just want to say breathable atmosphere. It's important. Eggman brings it up. Thank goodness there's a breathable atmosphere out here. Definitely need that. Confirmed, yeah. Sonic must be able to breathe. Cannot.
Oh, that's... Why are you making a big deal of that? Sonic's always needed to breathe. Have you never played a Sonic game and been underwater?
This is set up for a later nitpick, Blau.
Is it?
It is.
And then
I'm
Robotnik
not so sure it's going to pay out the way you think it is, but carry on.
Robotnik gets isekai'd.
Off to the Mushroom Hill.
Yep.
Which, I don't remember if they ever at any point actually call it Mushroom Hill. Or if they just always call it the Mushroom Planet. I know in the first movie they only call it Mushroom Planet, but it's Mushroom Hill.
It is Mushroom Hill. I saw fake Sonic fans when this movie was coming out saying that it was a subtle dig at Mario, and I'm like, no, you are showing that you haven't played and Knuckles.
You know, that thought never once occurred to me.
I saw people saying that, and I'm like, I'm not going to be the guy out here actualing people about Sonic. I couldn't live with myself if I started doing that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I believe you.
Sorry, I'm having a moment.
I love our little paintings in here. Like the snowman burgle.
Oh, it's great. I love it.
And the trauma corner.
I do love our trauma corner. I'm coming back. I was not able to find... I thought I saw gnats, and then they all went away as I was busy fighting other crud.
There's some infected gnats, which we still need the card for if you go off the back end of our base. Like, right there, next to the Haze Lab entrance.
Yeah, I'm headed that way.
And then there's also the meaty gnats, which we also need the gold card for in the trash can.
I'm just gonna go deal with these things.
Wait, do we still need the gold card for them? Let me check. Let's see. Harmless. We need aphid, grub, meaty gnat, tadpole, and water boatman. I guess. Yeah, and we do need infected gnat. It's just considered an angry bug for some reason. I don't think they can damage you, though.
Sonic ends up being adopted by Donut Lord and Pretzel Lady. They set him up in the attic, and everyone agrees to keep Sonic's existence on Earth a secret. They lie to the military.
No water filtration tablets.
As you should.
In return, the military gives them a $50 gift card to Olive Garden and says, sorry that we put you on a national watch list. And Donut Lord decides to stick around in Green Hills instead of going to San Francisco. Can we get a honk shoe on? Yeah.
Anyone else tired?
I like our cozy little house.
And there, I think we managed to talk about Sonic the Hedgehog for less than the length of the movie.
Yeah, well, there's not a whole lot going on in that movie, honestly, because the bulk of it is the buddy road trip. Yeah. Which you summed up in like 5 sentences.
I tried to keep the pace brisk.
And then the remaining bulk of the movie is basically just a showdown with Dr. Eggman at the end.
Yep.
Like, the most to talk about is the first third of the movie, which is the setup. And that's all this movie was it clearly was not meant to be a Sonic movie when it was conceptualized. And Sonic was just inserted in because, hey, it worked.
Oh,
And
there was one little bit of production I also wanted to bring up, which gets progressively more prominent in future movies. Sonic is voiced by Ben Schwartz,
yeah,
right?
yep.
Ben Schwartz is a great comedian, I would say, and a really good improv comedian.
And he sounds a lot like Roger Craig Smith when he does his Sonic voice. So, like, he's good as Sonic, I think.
I was paying particular attention to this time around because I noticed it in the first movie, and then it gets just increasingly, like I said, more prevalent in future movies. So much of Sonic talking is while Sonic's like back is turned or you can't see his mouth, and I honestly think a lot of the lines Sonic delivers in this movie are just Ben Schwartz riffing in the voiceover booth that they just kept sneaking in.
There
Like,
is another possibility for that.
mm-hmm.
So, and I'm not saying I believe this, but there is a popular theory that Ugly Sonic was a psyop to drum up hype.
I've also seen this. I didn't mention it when we talked about Ugly Sonic, but yes.
And so that would kind of fit in with that idea. They wanted to make it so they could easily swap out the model.
Well, and I mean, lip flaps are hard, right? Like, it's...
Yeah.
Oh, I was going... I'm in the wrong area. Never mind. I'm stupid and dumb and bad. I don't want to be there because I don't have a gas mask, so instead I'm going to try the other one. Okay. Lip flaps are hard, and it's hard to animate voice stuff, and you tend to need to have the voice over first before you can animate the lip flaps. But I still think that, like, a lot of Sonic riffing is... I would want to read the production script, I should say.
Very well
and
could be
see
a
how
lot
much...
of ad-libbing.
Yeah. And see how much of it is just Ben Schwartz riffing, which
Oh
would
my
also
God.
explain why it's so, like, pop culture reference heavy.
Has anyone pointed you to that Guest Grumps episode that Game Grumps did with Ben Schwartz recently? I think they were playing Back to the Future for the NES, where like, they've had him on their show like a couple times, but they never brought up Sonic before. Maybe out of courtesy or something. They finally brought it up this time, and they got him...
Why would Game Grumps ever bring up Sonic? That doesn't make any sense.
And they got him to, like, do a little role play scene where he's being Sonic and they're being their stupid creative furry from their Sonic Forces playthrough. Oh, so it was so funny. I'm gonna have to show it to you if you are not familiar with it.
You need Nat what? What did you need from Nats?
3 raw nat meat.
Okay. I'm out here infected natting. I'm trying to, at the very least.
Did you get the ladybird shells already?
I did not get enough ladybird shells. I'm going to go back that way.
Okay.
Something is... What? You up there? It's an infected mite. Okay.
I'm also going to need 4 water flea meats.
You know, you're sending me all over here, and I'm doing what I can.
Oh, and I also need a gnat fuzz, but I guess you're gonna get one of those anyway.
I've already got gnat fuzz. You're solid.
Ooh, I need 2 raw tadpole meats.
You might not get as much nat as you wanted. But I'm gonna go look at the other place that I saw a bunch of them.
Trash can?
I don't have my gas mask.
Mm,
That's where I was. That's where I was headed, and then I didn't have my gas mask.
that's a real shame.
Yeah, it's less than good. Can we not have infected larva right now? Please.
It's less than good. It's great. It's log.
The only other thing, Sonic 1, is that there is a post-credit scene, which brings us into Sonic 2 immediately.
Yeah, post-credit scene is just Tails showing up, being like, I gotta
Right.
find him. He's here. But the important thing that everyone got excited about from this, and I forget the woman's name, but Tails is voiced by his game voice actors.
Yes, I did notice that. If it wasn't, or rather, I noticed that if it wasn't the voice actress from the game, she is spot on impression.
It is her, and I really hate that I don't remember her name because like they snubbed her from the poster for Sonic 2.
Would it be Amy Pallant from Sonic X?
No. It's like Colleen something.
Colleen O'Shaughnessy.
That's it.
Google helped. No, she does an excellent Tails.
Yeah. Honestly, I have not had an issue with Tails' voice actors since the Sonic X cast.
But that brings us into Sonic 2.
Now, I do want to mention, just to, like, it's not really important for anything, but the credits sequence for the Sonic movies, all three of them, has like a pixel art, like out of the Genesis
it's the
games.
Wreck-It Ralph outros.
I never watched Wreck-It Ralph. Anyway, it's like a reenactment of the movie with like Genesis graphics, and it's really cute. I know.
I will.
I know it's not.
Do you want to? What did you put in our? Why? Why?
I'm busy.
Why? Ah! Ah!
Is there a problem?
I'm leaving our house.
That's our warehouse, not our house.
Ah! I hate it. The first movie is Genesis style.
The second one is as well. The third one's the one that's not.
No. The second one is not Genesis style.
Yeah, it is. It's not, like, exactly.
Blau, it's the Game Boy Advance ones.
I can assure you that no one has ever said that.
Was it?
The second ones look like Game Boy Advance Sonics.
I could have sworn.
And then the third ones look like not
like Saturn graphics, kind of.
No, it's very clearly like the Sonic Advance and the Sonic Battler sprites. And then the third one is not Sonic like Sonic Advance or sorry Sonic Adventure. It's specifically the low polygon ones from Sonic the Fighters.
Yeah, Saturn graphics.
Yeah. Sorry, if we're wanting to talk about the graphics on those, I was like, huh, that's really interesting. Which means that they're probably, if they make a Sonic 4, which why would they make a Sonic 4? I want them to do really terrible Sonic Adventure graphics now.
Oh no,
because that would be the next.
When they make Sonic 4, it's going to be Sonic 4 graphics.
No, not Sonic. No, because they went 3D now. In Sonic 3, they went to 3D graphics, and they really, honestly should do like terrible. What is that? Metro City Citizens with Burger Man. You can pick up. You know what I'm talking about.
No.
I'm not crazy.
You are.
No. I swear that I've seen gnats in and around here.
honestly, during the day, the best place to get gnats is going to be the milk carton in the haze area where infected gnats spawn, or the garbage heap.
Do you say the milk carton or the milk carton in the haze area?
The milk carton. The one that has the missing teens on it.
Yeah, that's where I was headed, and I didn't see any gnats over here. Now I'm feeling like I'm crazy. Anyways,
I don't like the milk carton anymore, though, because there's also wasps over there, I think, and mosquitoes. Now that we have progressed through the game. But yeah, anyway, the credit sequence for the first Sonic movie was a reenactment of the movie with Genesis graphics, and it was adorable, and I enjoyed it. It had like sound effects and everything. It was great.
Super charming. Super, super charming.
I think they also used like Green Hill Zone music for it.
Yeah, it's a chip tune. They're absolutely chip tuning it.
Which, okay, I gotta complain about the music for a sec, okay? Like,
it's very generic.
Like, look, I know the Mario movie came out after the first Sonic movie, and even the Mario movie fell short on this in a couple spaces, like their choice of track for introducing the Donkey Kong stuff versus what we know could have been now.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. They really screwed the pooch in all three Sonic movies by not tapping into Sonic's like universally well-loved soundtracks. Like, even the bad games, the worst games, are known for having awesome music.
Yep.
And that's a gripe that I'm going to come back to when we get into Sonic 3. But yeah, I guess
because again, they're all jukebox soundtracks, right? They're all playing popular songs.
Yeah.
Usually songs about going fast or speed or something.
But I mean, I guess knowing that the mentality going into the first movie was that they weren't making a movie for fans of the Sonic games.
Unless they're Eggman songs in which they're just like dance sequence songs.
It's still a crime that they did not play Eggman's theme song from Sonic Adventure 2.
They do, in the first movie, have a nice little piano rendition of the Green Hills theme at the very end.
I think they do at the beginning, too. But
it's like a jaunty, jazzy piano bit when they're like repairing the house.
But that is it. Outside of that, you're not getting video game music. Anyway, second movie, go.
Second movie, go. Eggman stranded on Mushroom Planet. Eggman is trying to make mushroom coffee because he misses Agent Stone.
They riff on the Tom Hanks movie.
They make a little Wilson, a little Wilson bit.
Yeah, by having him make his own Agent Stone out of a stone.
Eggman also uses his crashed ship. He's stranded for like 200, 300 days or something like that. Where do you want some gnat meat, by the way? I got a bunch of meat sticking up my pockets.
Drop it right here.
Doink.
And the
doink,
fuzz.
Doink, doink, doink.
Why are you dropping everything? I just wanted the gnat stuff.
Your problem now.
Why are you like this?
It's your problem now.
I do not know why Girlface puts up with you.
I don't either.
You are the worst. I just want you to know that.
You're going to be doing this with me till I'm 90.
So you're going to be doing this till you're 90.
So Robotnik's been on there for like
I need
200,
raw
300 days.
meat,
Almost,
by the way.
Getting you the lady beetle things right now. Sorry.
Okay.
I can maybe do raw tadpole meat on my way back. We'll find out.
I need 2 of those, just so you know. I think each one drops 1.
We'll see what I can do. So he's been stranded there for almost a year. Builds a. I'm just gonna call it an arc reactor. I don't really care.
It's a Rube Goldberg device.
No. That's for his mushroom coffee. I'm talking about the thing that shoots a giant beam of electricity out into space because he's got one of Sonic's power quills.
Yes.
And that immediately alerts an alien race that is very clearly not the echidnas. They're like echidna cosplayers because they're dressed up as humans, and then Knuckles steps through the portal after Eggman does his Rube Goldberg fight sequence, throws Agent Stone at someone, and a rock named Stone. Sorry, we need to be very clear. It's a rock named Stone, which again made me giggle.
I don't need any more Ladybird parts at the moment.
I thought you did.
Well, I had 5 from what you gave me, so.
Oh.
So we're good.
Well then. Time for me to go hunt some tadpoles. Unless you need anything up from the upper yard at the moment. Anything not big and scary. I'm just going to briefly check.
That's actually not in the upper yard anyway.
Well, I'm going to check the mat just to see if it has lint. But yeah, Knuckles steps through a portal. This because Knuckles also has, and the Echidna tribe, which are not the Echidna. Again, I want to be very clear that the things that they fight at the beginning of the movie are not echidnas. They do not look like echidnas. They look like humans in armor.
I mean, we can go ahead and say it. Knuckles is the last echidna.
Yeah, Knuckles is... yes, lint has spawned on the mat, so I'm grabbing some of that.
Oh,
just to make our life easier.
It's going to be undershed as well.
Well, I'm not going to the undershed at the moment. You have the undershed, like... You've got your route set for that. I do not. You're way quicker. I would be down there for the rest of Sonic 2's discussion.
Fair enough. I think that's true, too, because I believe the last time I made you go on a lint run, you took 10 years.
Yeah. Hey, we have our specialties. Divide and conquer. Something about teamwork. That's the method, or that's the message of this movie. Teamwork makes the dream cast.
I am going to have to be right back. I have got to use the ladies' room.
The machine. The machine is working. Then I'll just entertain before I get back into this plot summary.
So enjoy that.
You're not lost.
Enjoy that update.
Will do. This is our regularly scheduled intermission. I will try and keep us on track, although I think Sonic 2... I really hate to say it. I think Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 have a lot more to talk about than Sonic 1. Which is gonna be a problem. Because they're longer movies. They're beefier movies. They have mythology. They have actual like connections to the games. They have stuff going on. I also don't have chat pulled up, so I can't see if anyone's in here chatting about it. But that's never stopped me before. Putting my dumb mouth noises out into the ether for people to listen to. It's odd doing this run around without actually having to need like food and stuff. 'Cause I'm used to breaking these things to find like to find seasonal event things. I need to get more acorn nonsense and more spiky burrs. I should be doing that back at Spiky Burland now that I don't necessarily have to be grabbing so many of these. Oh, I can probably take my hauler mutation off, make life easier. Unless I already did that. Did I do that? Yeah, I'm just down a mutation this entire time because I'm a ding dong. Max health, max stam. There we go. Stupid threat detected. Knock it off. I don't need threat detected. I should be the threat. Let's see if these pined cones have respawned. I don't think they have. So I thought I would see one here already. Yeah, I ain't seeing no pined cones like I normally would. Which means this is a bit of a waste. Okay, now I don't necessarily have... Oh, I could put Myrtine on as well. That would be useful for me. Hey, can you scoot under the leaf? Under the leaf! There we go. Hoy vey. Did I get everything on Blau's shopping list? Maybe? Maybe I did. I don't want to take a break here to chop that down. Because that ant's going to be mad at me. And Blau doesn't need this lady beetle anymore, so I'm just going to run. I don't know why I don't just keep turbo stamina on. Oh, ow! Ow, you got me up against the wall there, buddy. That sucked. That sucked turbo hard. I did not appreciate any of what just happened in the slightest. Can I put my... Oh, I do have that on. I guess my health was just... Or my hunger was just refilled. It was fine. Everything's fine. We didn't really talk about it too much, but this is also the first time Blau and I have been sitting down to do anything Grounded related since Grounded 2 has been announced. And it's just hitting me that going to a new location in Grounded 2 is going to have me so discombobulated, made it into the wall. I made it into the water. Shut up. I absolutely made it into the... Oh! That is... Whoa. I am big mad. I am big mad about that. Wow. That's what I get for trying to be sneaky about that. Okay, mutations. We'll take off Ant Annihilator. I don't know why I have Ant Annihilator on. Just so I don't have to deal with ants, I guess. It was tadpoles that she wanted, right? Oh, I'm on the wrong... There we go. I mean, I guess I could get something more than just a little bit she asked for. This absolutely will bring me to fresh air, right? Nailed it! I'm the best that ever did it. I'm absolutely incredible. Everything that I'm doing is calculated. And that was that. I just get to go home. Whoop. Wee lily paddin'. Paddlin' skedaddlin'. It really is a shame that ice doesn't... Why? Spiders don't like fire, right? I don't remember elemental weaknesses on anything anymore. I just feel like ice is my go-to these days. All right, here we go. Just in case she wants some more of these. Those wasps are way, way up there. I don't have to worry about those wasps. Maybe she's worried because, like, she's firing arrows at them instead of doing superior tactics like jumping on clovers, being a little billy goat. I'm trying to get things with magic. Oh, it's magic. Come on, there you go. Got you. Come on. Gnats are so blinking annoying to grab. No, you gotta go. You gotta go. Come on down. I'm not even bothered by these gnats. Well. Oh, I can't. I can't use my... Oh, it's just damage, but it's still working for now. It's always the red toadstools. Those are the ones you want to get. Dang it. Broken for gourd. Yeah, it really is time to move back. Have I not used the science base out here, and that's why that's being detected? Ow. Can you not? Oh, my inventory is full of crud. Almost certain that you're going to ask me for this stuff later. Can you not? There's home base. I found it! The toad knows. It's Aphid Island. I want to deal with these bombardier beetles at a later date.
Okay, I'm back.
And your front, they're both here.
Hi. Are we going for Hulk shoe?
I'm just coming back.
Yeah,
I
noticed that. So that's why I was asking, are we going for Hulk shoe?
I need to repair some stuff, and before we do that, I have some more junk that I'm dropping off.
Got some more junk in that trunk?
Yep. Well, actually, in the fridge, hopefully, if I can... Oh, heck. There we go.
Tadpole meat?
Lots of stuff. There. You got your things in the fridge. And...
Oh, we
Where's
are
Fuzz?
all up on proboscises.
Where's Fuzz? Fuzz.
Cheese at the
Dandelion
Fuzz.
puffs, repair glue.
Where is Fuzz? Because I've got
Oh,
some.
feathers
too.
and Fuzz.
Oops. Oh, that was a mistake.
What'd you do?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
I ain't worried.
You know, when you dropped all that stuff on the floor, you sent pinecone pieces through the ceiling.
That's hilarious.
You are such a goofy goober.
I am.
Oh gosh, there's
Back
still a
to
bunch
Sonic.
of pinecone pieces up here.
Back to Sonic 2 nonsense.
Did you do this again?
No, I didn't. Not that I'm aware of.
Oh my god, there are so many pinecone pieces up here, just sitting on the floor.
I don't know why that would be.
Are you doing it on purpose? Because that is a good way to just let them despawn. I would not.
No, I'm not doing anything on purpose in that regards.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know the only reason I found that is because I accidentally despawned something and that dropped pieces through the floor.
Nope. I did not know that there was a ton of crap up there. That was not an intentional thing.
Okay.
There we go. How are we doing for those? We are not all set on bricks. I need to be making bricks left, right, and center. Back to Sonic 2. Eggman gets rescued from the Mushroom Planet, even though he is presumed dead by the U.S. government. And by teaming up with Knuckles the Echidna, the last of his kind. Meanwhile, Sonic has adopted the mantle of the blue whatever.
Blue blur?
He's not the Dark Knight.
I don't know. I don't know what he calls himself. He's like a child. He comes up with a bunch of nicknames.
He's just being a vigilante, and this is the other thing. There's an ongoing bit in this movie where Sonic can't drive because his feet can't touch the pedals. He has like an action scene trying to stop robbers from robbing an armored car, and he definitely doesn't do citywide property destruction with pipe bombs. He's doing this in secret behind Tom's back because Tom is like, look, you need to be with great power comes great responsibility, and you need to be responsible. You need to grow up, and you can do that by showing us that you're going to be fine if we leave you alone for the weekend, because I'm going to Hawaii with my wife to her sister's wedding. Her sister, who is shown to have kids, but I'm guessing she's getting like remarried, or they had kids and now they're getting married to, and I don't know what this guy's name is. I'm just going to call him Big Beef Large Huge.
He is a
the sister's wife.
The man she's getting married to is a tall, attractive black man.
They specifically call out just like how incredibly muscly and jacked he is.
And attractive.
Yes. He is McDreamboat.
Should we call it a day?
Looks like you unqueued.
What? How? What? Yes, this effectively removes the human characters and put them into the human character pocket dimension.
In Hawaii.
Also known as Hawaii. They are now out of the movie, and you think the movie is lulling you into a false sense of security that this is going to be a 100% Sonic and Robotnik's hijink focused movie. And for all of 2 hours of its runtime it is.
Well,
and then for half an hour, Hawaii rears its ugly head.
Hey, you know what? 2 hours is basically a whole movie.
it's a 2.5-hour movie, and half an hour of it is spent in Hawaii, and it's the worst part of the movie, save for one good joke. There is one good joke in Hawaii that almost makes up for it. I would really like to be able to slurp some Gert, my dude. Thank you.
Gross.
I'm thirsty.
Okay, so if you want to come in here, I can show you what our current issue is.
Infected chunks.
And we do need a Wasp Queen head.
I don't want to deal with any of that while I'm trying to do movie recaps.
We could probably do the Wasp Queen. That's kind of an autopilot fight.
I'm going to go get burrs for right now, just so as you knows. But I'm not going to get. I'm not going to get weed stems at the moment. I'm actually just gonna not worry about that, so it doesn't slow me down.
Why is there a stuffed wasp, but not a stuffed wasp drone?
But yeah, Sonic gets left alone and does like wacky hijinks. He does the risky business Tom Cruise slide in his underwear, but scaled up to Sonic levels of like Home Alone kids fantasy, right? Mm-hmm. Like he has the bubble bath disco ice cream sundae nonsense. He's going nuts. Which, unbeknownst to him, Eggman's back on Earth and is gunning directly for Sonic because Knuckles needs to stop the source of this like blue electricity power, as far as we're aware, right? So Eggman shows up at Tom's house, completely catching Sonic off guards. Idris Elba as Knuckles is great and does like a really good... Knuckles just falls really well into the himbo category, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only issue I take with this portrayal of Knuckles is why does he speak in broken English?
He has a very tribal personality, which I guess kind of makes sense when you see what he grew up in and that he's the last of his people, so he probably doesn't socialize much to actually fix his English.
Oh, I screwed up. I never fixed my axe. I don't buy that because, like, Longclaw speaks in perfect English. We're going to find out Tails speaks in perfect English.
We don't know that they're the last of their kind, though. We know that Knuckles is the last of his kind. We also know that Knuckles grew up in a very tribal setting, and also we don't know that about Tails or Longclaw.
It just, if we've suspended our disbelief that the entire movie, that all these aliens just speak English, even though Tails has a universal human language translator,
I'm going to go ahead and say that making Knuckles speak this way, regardless what you think of how hot and sexy voice actor
Idris
is
Elba?
for this. Yeah. Why could I not pull out my dandelion? That was weird.
I just think it's a weird reason, or he's the only character to speak with this broken accent. Like this broken, not accent, just English language, like base of the ball. You know, that sort of thing. It's weird. It's super weird. It's not a like low intelligence quirk.
Sorry, I was gonna say, regardless of how hot you think Idris Elba is, I think that portrayal might be veering into a little bit of problematic territory.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like it doesn't make sense.
It makes sense. I just think it's problematic.
I'm just saying they're doing he's dim-witted shorthand that I don't think actually comes across as that.
Yeah, they're doing he's dim-witted shorthand by doing a racism.
Mm-hmm. I need to... can I upgrade this?
But now that's just his voice, so that's what we've got.
Heck. Can I repair this?
And I feel like nobody was calling out how it's kind of racist to, like, make him sound like a black tribal person speaking broken English to portray that he's dim-witted.
Yeah. And again, it doesn't even make sense in the lore or the mechanics of the movie. It's weird. It's weird.
I mean,
but we just move past it.
Just to be clear, Knuckles as a character is a dimwit. This is true in every version of Knuckles. Especially true in Sonic Boom's version, where he's like the biggest idiot.
But you can be a dimwit without speaking in broken, like not knowing how sentence structure.
Right? Yeah. The reason it's problematic is because they're clearly portraying him as dim-witted because he talks like a tribal black person, and that's gross.
Yep. Knuckles absolutely punks Sonic. Shows that there is like this is you've met your match hedgehog sort of thing, and then in turn, while it looks like Knuckles has the upper hand and Robotnik has the upper hand, I just want to say right off the bat, the like fight scene choreography, the way that they're playing with space and location and physicality in this movie is way higher production value and way more dynamic in the way that there's like fight scenes with like this person gets the upper hand, and this person gets the upper hand, and this person uses an ability, then this person uses an ability. Like it's a much better constructed movie in just scene by scene than the first one as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just jumped and I didn't have my thing equipped. Things were bad and I hurt my legs. That is the song that I sing about gravity. And then Tails runs Knuckles over with a car.
Yeah, that's fun. That's kind of what it took. Great. That's what it took to just stun him for a moment. Just long enough for them to escape.
You did not actually physically damage me. And my retribution will be swift and unexpected. To quote a later part of the movie. Where was I going with this? Tails is introduced just like in media res, right? Like, we don't actually see him step out of the portal in this movie, do we? Or did we? Is that, am I thinking about the post-credit scene, or do they reuse the post-credit scene directly in this movie?
I think they reused it directly in the movie.
Okay. I guess Tails is introduced to our characters as driving a human vehicle. Tails, because defining feature of Tails is that
he's a genius.
He do vehicle good.
He's a genius. That's his defining feature.
But not just he is a genius. Tails has two things. He's got
two tails, yeah.
He's got clone abilities, he designs weapons, and he drives.
That was 3 things. And also that makes it so he has 5 things. Because those and his 2 tails.
Wait, Tails has 2 tails? Is that why he's called Tails?
No.
Oh. But yes, Tails and Sonic meet because Tails saves Sonic from Shadow. It is revealed later on.
Did you say Shadow?
Knuckles. I did say Shadow. It is revealed later on that Tails saw Sonic's energy spike from whatever planet he was on in space and then tracked him here to Earth.
Why is the roly-poly mad at me? I didn't even touch it.
Here's the thing that I'm very confused about. Where the heck is Tails from?
They never specify.
Nope, not at all.
It can be assumed that he's from the same planet that Sonic and Echidna Tribe and
the owl people
are from. But then again, there's not enough information to go off of because there's just as much information to imply he could have been from a completely different planet.
Yep, but he also has access to teleport rings. Right?
Yeah.
Teleport rings, which I might add, in the first movie, kind of felt like a limited resource. Like, oh, you can't be using these willy-nilly because these are your, like, escape things. And then they just become magic portals.
He had access to a ring.
No, he had a bag of them in the first movie.
No, he just had a ring, and that's how he got there. Sonic has the bag.
Tails has a ring.
Yeah.
Like, where'd he get the a ring from?
I don't know. Sauron?
Yeah, okay, fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. But I guess that's what I'm saying is, I'm gonna fell down. I hate that I'd felled down. Yeah, scare beetles do not just die in one hit, because I just hit one and it got to half health and then buried. Which is annoying.
I punched them and they die in one hit. How did you not kill it in one hit?
I don't know what to tell you. You could look on my screen and it went to half health. I hit it with an axe. It's annoying. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, it just feels weird that, like, Tails shows... Like, they give lore background to, like, the Echidna tribe. They give... Shadow is an alien that crash lands to Earth. No, Shadow is an alien that crash lands to Earth.
No.
Knuckles has the whole Echidna tribe. What?
No. Shadow was created.
I thought... I am almost certain that Shadow is an alien.
No, Shadow's background in the movie verse is almost identical to his background in the games.
I could, because that's why he's so hung up on, like...
Like, even to the point that he was created using alien DNA. They just didn't specify that alien was the Black Arms.
I'm almost certain that they don't call him created, and I just watched this movie. We're getting off track. It just... Tails shows up and is Tails from the games, and it's not really ever explained. It just feels weird, like there's this whole intergalactic cosmology, or there are only 2 planets, and all of the fuzzy animal creatures are from one of them. But Tails immediately is fanboying about Sonic because he's been observing him. Not in the shower, in the bath. Sonic doesn't take showers, he prefers baths. My man.
Really had to specify that he was peeping, huh?
Yes. They bring it up in the movie. It's a plot point. And Tails is also feeling like a loner and an outsider. And Sonic, this movie is about found family and having, like, your bros around you as a healthy influence.
Found family.
We need to have less.
With.
Yeah, we need to have less, like, toxic masculinity and loners and going out and being a vigilante, and more being a team and a healthy male bonding. This is a good message for a Sonic movie to have. Like, honestly, dig this movie for that.
Did you ever see that message I sent to you in Discord where I was at work and I said that the aircraft I just finished working on was, like, coming back from jumping in the hole under the shed?
No.
Yeah.
I don't
Didn't
know
even leave me on red. Just left me.
That's not ringing a bell.
Yeah, it was recent.
Was it that linted up?
Oh, it wasn't lint. It was, What do you have to pass through to get out of the hole?
Spider Town?
Yeah.
The aircraft that you were working on was in Spider Town? How did spiders get up in the... Are you telling me their spiders are flying now?
They fly now.
Rolling through.
Ah!
No, there were so many spiders, and some of them were huge.
I hate it.
The aircraft hadn't flown in a month, so there was a ton of spiders on it.
See? The truth does come out.
What?
I blocked this from my memory because it was spider-related.
I thought you were just leaving me on red, because that's what you do.
Nope, ignored spiders on purpose.
Sorry, I was just reminded
Knuckles.
of that because I'm under the shed, and I'm going to have to walk through Spider Town.
Sonic 2 is also more interested in, like, winks and nudges at the games. Because now that Robotnik's back, he puts out a call to re-engage Agent Stone, who had since, I guess, just set up shop in Green Hills as local barista at the Mean Bean Machine.
It's a great nod.
That's nice. That's really good.
Oh, that reminds me. I found a mod for Sonic 3 on Steam that adds Agent Stone as your antagonist. And the boss fight for Lava Ridge is changed pretty significantly to where Agent Stone and Eggman are both there, and they both have the little lava diving machine, and they tag team you, and it's pretty good. It's worth checking out that mod. At first, I was like, oh, they just replaced Eggman with Agent Stone, but nah. When I got to that point, I was like, oh.
It's fully featured. Stop being here.
Honestly, that objectively improves that fight.
But Agent Stone and Eggman team back up. Oh, Eggman has also we didn't mention it in the first movie. Eggman doesn't really look like Eggman so much as he looks like Jim Carrey, because he's just got like a silly little French mustache. He goes full Bush. He's got like the absolute just nonsense on his face.
Basically, when he lost Sonic in the first movie, his machines like blew up in his face or something.
Come here, my pretty.
I thought it was just because he was like stranded and grew it out. Like it's the like
yeah. Well, I mean, they showed him looking like that immediately after he got knocked through there. So I thought it was because he got blowed up on.
Not sure. Anyways, they head back. There's a like touching reunion between Stone and
it doesn't matter
Eggman.
much because they gradually transform Jim Carrey into this Jim Carrey with his little French mustache into something that actually looks like Eggman by the end of this trilogy.
I kind of like that. Oh, and they also give him, in the first movie, he was in like an all black suit. In this one, he is more black and red.
Yeah, it's still basically the same suit, which is not Eggman, but it's more towards Eggman's colors.
Mm-hmm. And even though Knuckles is on Earth looking for Sonic, he still makes an uneasy alliance with Robotnik and Agent Stone. Brief aside, which Dragon Ball Z character is Agent Stone? While you're thinking about that, I'm going to continue with our recap.
Android 19.
Sure, all right, whatever you say.
Because I already established that Dr. Eggman is Dr. Giro.
Tails says that Knuckles is after Sonic because Sonic should know about the whereabouts of the Master Emerald. And Sonic's like, that's just a bedtime story. And Tails is like, no, those stories that your parents told you, they were real, and you have real superpowers, and you need to use those powers to shrug. which is, again, the theme of the movie of with great power comes great responsibility. It's the secondary theme of the movie. Sonic
Spider-Man.
needs to be responsible and be part of a team.
Probably what bottled water is.
Now that Sonic has kind of like grown up, he needs to fulfill the big brother role, right?
Actually, I think being part of a team is not really the theme here. It's just be more responsible.
No.
Because really,
There's absolutely
the third movie is where they really hammer home the teamwork thing.
I want to say that this movie absolutely does have a teamwork theme with it, because
I think it's more of a learning to make friends rather than teamwork.
well, Eggman and Knuckles are they don't work well as a team, and that's why they fail.
That's because they're not
whereas
friends.
Sonic and Tails work well as a team, which is why they succeed.
Yeah,
and
because they're friends.
There is the dance montage is them learning to work together as a team. That's where I'm also pulling some theming in this. Rather than them individually trying to dance and failing, when they start dancing together and in synchronicity, then they succeed and win. Again, I'm just picking at the like screenwriting blueprints that they put together for this.
Blueprints, you say?
No, not even going there. What can I do? What do you want next? What are some more materials you need me to gather?
Are the pine cones back?
I haven't checked and it's getting dark. I'll check in the morning. I'm gonna go grab some more spiky birds that are outside our front door.
I guess you can get ladybird parts. They do need those to repair my shield.
But now that Sonic is...
Or you could do some burgle missions and get us some raw science.
I'll see what I can do. Now that Sonic is in cahoots with Tails, who for some reason knows a bunch of like Sonic's home planet lore that he was not privy to, they're able to decipher the map that was left to Sonic by Longclaw and activate its like treasure hunt mode to go and find the Master Emerald, which brings them to Siberia. They step through a portal to Siberia, meaning that Sonic is now on a globe-trotting mission in his second movie, while Tom and Pretzel Lady are at a wedding.
In Hawaii.
Yes. They end up on Siberia, and Tails is unable to track the signal of the Master Emerald because there is a giant blizzard, so they go to they just go to a bar. It's a villain bar scene. It's the exact same sequence as in the first movie, but instead of them doing a Quicksilver time stop bit, they're instead doing a let's have a moment of TikTok dance montage, where we have a choreographed dance sequence set to Does His Bruno Mars's Gaze Uptown Funk. Like, it's lock down the camera, because they have to have a dance battle to appease the locals that Tails ticks off because his universal translator isn't working. It's a whole thing. And you know what? I don't hate it.
It's a cute listen.
You'd think I'd hate it. I don't hate it.
It feels a little out of place, but it's fine.
It absolutely pauses the momentum of the movie, and the only reason I give it a pass... Oh, right. Yeah, no. Teamwork is 100% the thing here. Because the guy who's in his dance battle has his, like, two little lackeys behind him who get synchronized in their dances as well. And it's a fun dance battle, and it has maybe my favorite comedic tattoo in all of cinema, where this big, burly Russian guy sitting at the counter is in, like, track pants and a, like, overcoat thing, no shirt underneath, and he turns around and he takes off his overcoat to reveal his just ripped chest, bare chest, and on his chest is him in a full-body T-posing tattoo of the outfit that he's currently wearing. And it's hilarious!
I still don't think it's teamwork that's focused on so much as it is friendship. Because everything you've described so far can also fall under the umbrella of friendship. And I say that because the third movie really hammers home the idea that while Sonic is friends with his friends, he doesn't know how to work as a team.
See, I thought the third movie was more about not letting your emotions or not acting out in anger.
Well, we'll just leave it at agree to disagree for right now, and we
Yep.
can go into more nuanced discussion about it.
When we get to the third movie. Not disagree that the third movie is also very much a teamwork. I also just think the third movie is not as well written as the second movie. But yeah, the movie kind of pauses so that they can have a bonding moment here in the chalet. I cannot stress enough that this Siberian dancer's tattoos are the most hilarious thing I have ever seen a character wear. Wearing a tattoo, but you know what I mean. It is comedy gold. I died and I am dead and I laughed my ass off. Where is the spiky birds that I just dropped down here? There we go.
Oh jeez, I'm about to die.
Don't do that. I was just talking about how I did that once. It was not good. You're probably in the Undershed, right?
I'm in Spider Town.
Yeah. It's just night and we could do a honk shoe, but I'll wait for you to get back. They have a bonding moment. They weather the storm. They then go to the Owl People Temple that's on Earth, which is where the Master Emerald is kept. Right?
No. Wait, what? Sorry. No, the temple that they go to in Siberia is not where it's kept. That's where they find out where it's kept, which...
Right. Sonic solves...
near Hawaii.
Sonic solves a puzzle in the Owl Temple in Siberia by doing a 4-digit combination lock. Yes, I did focus on that, and it's fine. Don't worry about it. I have puzzle brain.
Puzzle brain rot.
But that means, but again, the Master Emerald, which is guarded by the Echidna clan, is on Earth, and the Owl People built an entire temple on Earth
to hide it from the Echidna people.
Yes.
I mean, from everyone, but specifically from the Echidna people.
Yes.
Because they are a warmongering tribe.
Yes.
And great power.
And then Sonic is like this superhero who has super electric powers. Which, Knuckles also has electric powers.
Wolf Spider. Watch out.
Tails also has electric powers.
A wolf spider just fell on top of me.
You hate to see it.
I mean, I know I'm in Spider Town, but come on.
I need to get an antidote.
I don't understand. I am baffled by the decision for Longclaw to raise Sonic on alien planet if they clearly had Earth as a backup plan. Like, where the Owl People clearly have been before. They've built, we know of, 2 temples. Unless you say the Master Emerald Temple was built by the Echidnas, but like, whatever. I don't care. I don't care. They have built an Owl Temple at the very least.
Maybe Longclaw sent him there on purpose because she knew that's where the Master Emerald was and wanted him to, like, build a destiny or something. I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, if you're worried about the Echidna clan, leave. Maybe don't stay in a hostile environment when there are a warmongering faction of the planet. I'm gonna see if I can get some pine cones. They do a temple fight. Do they do a temple fight?
Well, you skipped the part where they were escaping in Siberia. Because that's...
No.
That's
they do
where...
a temple fight, and then the temple collapses. They get punched out of the temple because Eggman's drones have been upgraded to have Hornet drones. Which I like. Right? His Hornet drones first appear in this movie.
I just had another wolf spider fall on my head. I just want you to know.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Spider Town sucks. It has more spiders in it now.
It also doesn't look like pine cones have respawned, so I'm just gonna head back to the base again. But no, once they have their fight in the temple, it causes an avalanche to occur, and then
it becomes Ice Cap Zone.
Yeah, is Ice Cap Zone the one where Sonic snowboards in Sonic Adventure?
Well, yes, and in Sonic 3.
Okay. I was thinking this was a Sonic Adventure reference.
It's both. It's both.
Porque no los dos.
Okay, I can finally get out of here.
Those aphids look like they have things to do and people to see.
But yes, they do a snowboard adventure. Sonic has a brief time stop moment here when he gets stopped by all the drones, but I think it's the only one in the movie. And I don't think they do a time stop one in Sonic 3.
And Knuckles ends up giving chase, keeping up with Sonic, until I think Tails wipes out, and they got like a key or something from the temple, right? And Knuckles got his hands on that, and Sonic had to make a choice between getting the key back or saving Tails, and he chooses to save Tails. And then this makes Knuckles question to Eggman why he would do that, and because Eggman's just, like, making fun of Sonic for making the dumb choice. And this is where, like, the friendship thing comes in. Because
I also want to say that Knuckles and Sonic have, like, a moment to talk between themselves, and then Tails brings up, like, they're after the Master Emeralds, and Knuckles like, you can't have that, I need that!
But, this is kind of where Knuckles starts to develop respect for Sonic, because Sonic shows that he's got principles, and where he starts to fall out with Eggman a little, because Eggman shows that he doesn't. He doesn't have loyalty, which is important to Knuckles, because he's a very principled individual. Honor and all that. I don't know, it's an important character building moment, or rather character demonstrating moment in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically the first point in the movie where we see the rift forming between that uneasy alliance between Knuckles and Eggman.
Yes. And this also must ultimately culminate in Sonic being out of rings and needing Donut Lord to save him. Because he gave Donut Lord a ring for their return trip from Hawaii. Right? We've been ignoring the whole Hawaii subplot because it's just a lot of faffing around with the humans.
So they end up escaping from the avalanche by throwing a ring into Hawaii at like the worst possible moment, because that's when their wedding is going on and the snow comes piling through the ring.
They do not throw the ring, because there was a bit where Tom was doing magic and accidentally swapped the wedding ring with their return trip ring.
Right. Yeah, now I remember, because they dropped their bag during the chase. That's what it was.
Yep. And so they get saved. They crash the wedding. And the reason I want to bring up them crashing the wedding is this then reveals that Sonic the Hedgehog is actually still on Earth, and that's what the whole Hawaii plot was setting up, was that, in fact, the government was tracking Sonic because of their new government organization, which is...
I don't remember what it stands for.
Gun. It's Gun.
Yeah, I know what it is, but they said what the acronym is.
Oh, I don't care what the acronym is.
And then the angry... No, not angry black lady. Pretzel lady is like, gun? You called it gun?
And it's revealed that literally everyone at the wedding, including Angry Black Lady's husband-to-be, is a gun agent. And she is very upset about this. And the only good joke for the human side of the movies happens where it's revealed that the priest has a gun in his Bible that he was just hiding the entire time. And I cracked up. And she's like, is everyone here gun? And he like opens the Bible and shrugs. And I died. I died laughing again. It happened. Did that not get you? It got me.
It was pretty funny.
It's the best. I think that might be the second best joke wedding scene in a movie. If I'm being honest. It's that and Princess Bride's marriage. Marriage is what brings us together.
I'm sorry, what movie?
A Princess Bride?
Not familiar with it.
Is
that the one with... Sorry, maybe you could describe a little bit about it, like maybe how it opens or something.
So it's the one where Fred Savage is.
Oh yeah, Deadpool 2.
And gets,
that's right.
Yeah, Deadpool 2. It's Deadpool 2.
Gotcha.
That was the bit I was working up to. I was gonna say, and then Ryan Reynolds tapes him to a bed.
I'm glad that you set me up for that because that's what I was going for.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
It's on my to-do list, but I mean, honestly, that's probably not the most offensive movie take I've had recently.
There's so many blind spots. You cannot consume all media, which is fine.
I mean, I got Brickroad to threaten to ban me from his Discord.
What was this one for?
I said that Prabla and I started watching Pulp Fiction for the first time, and we didn't get past the Samuel L. Jackson's and John Travolta scene at the beginning before we were like, yeah, I don't know, this isn't really doing it for me.
It's fair. Oh, right, because this was your whole, like, I don't like anthology movie stuff.
It's hard to follow.
Look, if you don't vibe with it, you don't vibe with it. I ain't gonna yuck your yum.
Wouldn't I be the one yucking some yum?
No. If you said people who like this are like stupid and bad, that would be you yucking the yum. But if you just don't like a thing, you just don't like a thing.
People who like everything are stupid and dumb.
Yeah, fair enough. Where were we?
Why stop at yucking just one yum? I'll yuck all the yums.
I much prefer to be in the camp of I love loving stuff, and I want to shout out the cool things in the world.
Oh no, being a hater is so much more fun.
I'm a born hater, and it's a lot of fun to hate on things. But when I'm out here like trying to hype up stuff, I'm not gonna be like, if you don't like it, you're stupid. God, I am so confused now in the movie. Everyone's on Hawaii. The wedding is crashed and ruined. Sonic and Tails get captured by guns, and the wedding party has to do a sneaking mission, and it's insufferable human slapstick comedy and mild drama about characters I don't care about.
Look,
for
the
like
sneaking section was actually probably the best bit with the humans, I think.
It's mid. It's mid. Burrs have not respawned. I guess I was too fast getting over here. That's unfortunate. Okay.
You're too fast. That's how that goes, right?
Time to go. Yep, time to go check more other things.
Okay, let's see what I can build on these mounts. Don't scream at me. Oh,
I just
need
watched the bird
ladybird
take off.
shells.
I'll go and grab that. I'm heading over that way. I'll see what I can do. After a sneaking mission where they use Tails gadgets to do nonsense, I completely zoned out on this section. They rescue Sonic and Tails.
In
and
Hawaii.
then
Oh wait, yeah.
in Hawaii. And then they go to deal with Eggman,
Except
who is out in the middle of the ocean at the Master Emerald Temple.
And Sonic can't swim.
Sonic can't swim, so he just runs fast, and then we don't have
he
to
doesn't
worry
make
about
it.
him not being able to swim.
He doesn't make it.
No, did Tails rescue him?
Knuckles. No, Tails, yeah. Tails rescues him. Sorry.
Tails rescues him.
The Knuckles thing I'm thinking about is after that.
They don't get Tails' plane yet, though.
No.
Although you do see it flying in the background of the wedding for, like, Angry Black Lady and Charming McBeefhuge's forever. They like pull. It's a very prominent shot of like this plane pulling.
Oh yeah,
pulling the banner behind you. You're like, that's
banner.
Tails' plane. Tails is gonna fly that later. We have a little bit of Indiana Jones action. Eggman calls out that this is very derivative. It's just
going through a temple with a lot of traps. And Knuckles is like,
it's that one
smashing
Nickelodeon kids show.
Let's see. Knuckles just like smashes the traps while Sonic avoids them. I think is how that went down.
That sounds reasonable. I'd buy that for $1, much like Assault Suit Linus.
Anyway,
that got a guffaw out of Blau. I'm pretty proud of that.
They get to the center, and Master.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Master Emerald Temple?
And they come to licks.
I also really like this Sonic and Knuckles fight scene. This is pretty great.
It's pretty good. It's better than I thought it would. Because honestly, the first movie did not set me up to have high expectations of fight scenes.
Nope, the fight scenes in this movie, all of them, front to back, excellent.
I mean, the first movie was fine. It was just very short.
Yep.
Gotta remember, I've been watching like all the Marvel movies, so if a fight scene is underwhelming, I'm gonna feel it pretty hard.
You've not been watching all the Marvel movies. You've been watching all the Marvel TV shows, so you're spoiled with.
I've been watching all the Marvel movies too.
Marvel movies fight scenes can be iffy in some spots.
They generally got a formula, and usually their fight scenes are about 20 to 30 minutes, which is a little bit on the long side, I think. But it's typically not underwhelming.
During this fight scene, it is a complete oh, right, and it is revealed right before Sonic shows up for this fight scene. Eggman gets his tasers ready to tase Knuckles because he is no longer being of use. Right?
Yeah,
like
he's gonna steal
the
Master
world's
Emerald.
most obvious betrayal is about to happen.
Yeah, he's gonna steal the Master Emerald.
And during the fight scene, lo and behold, Eggman steals the Master Emerald and gains unlimited power.
Because the temple starts collapsing during the fight.
And
Sonic has to abandon stopping Eggman from stealing the Emerald because Knuckles gets stuck underwater.
Mm-hmm.
Like a pillar lands on his leg or something and he can't move it. So Sonic goes down to help him, but then he runs out of breath.
This is Labyrinth Zone or whatever.
Yeah.
And
then we get to the scene I was thinking about earlier where Knuckles rescues Sonic this time. And they're sitting on a beach and having a little powwow with each other where Knuckles is like, why'd you let him get away? Why didn't you just leave me? I am your enemy. And Sonic's like, I can't do that, bud.
I want to point out that the Master Emerald in this movie seems to be just like a Dragon Ball, where it just grants you wishes.
It's
right?
No, it's complicated.
Well,
the Master Emerald is the Master Emerald, but apparently when it gets broken, it doesn't break into Master Emerald shards. It breaks into the 7 Chaos Emeralds.
Well, no, and Sonic uses the power of the Master Emerald at the end of the movie to summon chili dogs from the sky.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about.
And Eggman uses the power of the Master Emerald to, like, warp around, and it feels like he's being corrupted by unlimited power.
You mean,
but yet he
like...
also still only wants to build giant robots.
So would you say that controlled the Chaos Emerald?
Yes, kind of. Again, the Master Emerald is a MacGuffin that just basically
it's very
lets you do whatever you want.
The Master Emerald is portrayed in this movie in a very strange way.
I don't think it's portrayed in a way that is like breaking to its own internal lore, right?
It's very strange.
Okay, I'm about to have a bad day.
Why?
Sorry, because I got blank an angry ox beetle on my butt.
Yeah, it's just very strange based on the source material.
Yes, it is. For a movie that, compared to the first at least, seems to be incredibly like respectful and reverent. Again, comparatively.
I mean, they still had to work around all the mistakes they made with the first movie.
They're working with shaky foundation, but they're doing a lot to course correct.
Much like Final Fantasy XIV.
Yes. Eggman warps back to Green Hill and
goes to the Mean Bean Machine and starts making his plans with Agent Stone.
But he feels like he's speaking like he's a man possessed, right?
Like he is a higher being, like not even a man anymore.
Which feels like it's like the Emerald's influence on him. That's what Knuckles is worried about also when Sonic goes full supersonic.
It's hard to say, though, because Eggman does have a very weird personality and a massive ego.
Yeah.
So
definitely he goes God complex.
Like, the way he's acting it's not out of character for him.
No. It feels in character. It just feels weird that it's like, how much of this is Eggman, how much of this is the
That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not out of character for him to obtain unlimited, untold power and then act like that of his own free will versus the possibility that this is the influence of the Emerald itself.
Yeah. He also goes full Magneto mode, where he just starts like dismantling a train and every mechanical thing and starts building something off in the background. Meanwhile, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles have all agreed to team up and stop Eggman because Eggman is clearly the threat now.
Yep.
Tails gets his plane, and they warp
their
back
plane
to
go
Green Hill.
They make their plan to go face Eggman, and then we get what I think is probably the best action sequence in this whole trilogy.
Yep. And again, it's an escalation of Eggman building bigger and bigger things. This is a mech the size of a town. It's also just a great looking Eggman mech. This is classic Eggman mech, right?
Yes, this is basically the Death Egg robot.
Yep. I also love the there's like reversals in this fight scene.
I squealed like the girl that I am when I saw the mech. Because it is...
You squealed like the girl that you were going to come out as.
When did this one come out?
2022.
I mean, I'm still... Look, even though I was repressing,
Yes.
wasn't a woman all along.
That's fine.
It just means I went through a really butch phase for a while.
You know what? Fair enough. No lies detected.
Like 38 years. While. Well, no, that's not true.
I don't want to deal with these things while it's getting dark. Are you back at the base?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna come home. I'm just coming home. Oh, I'm trying to come home. There we go. Okay. I really like the bit in the fight sequence where Eggman yells at Stone to, like, fire Z missiles, and Stone's like, I don't know how to do that, and Eggman's like, it's in the manual, and then Stone reads the manual and learns how to use the mustache to clap. Like, do a clap mid-fight scene to, like, swat Sonic and pals out of the sky, and then he holds up the manual, and it's like an old Genesis instruction manual. It's good. It's a good little bit.
So as Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles are charging down the street to confront the mech, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it now. They failed us on the music front again. This would have been a great place to, like, hype it up with a remix of the Sonic Heroes theme.
No, they do the Sonic Heroes shot in Sonic 3.
But they did it right there, too, when they're charging down the street towards the mech. Like, that would have been a great moment for it.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm picking up what you're putting down. This, I will give the movie this. It does have a bit, because again, it's like a 2.5 hour long movie. And it has the, like, ending climax problem of, like, they fight Eggman in his big robot and then knock the Chaos Emerald out of him, or the Master Emerald out of him. And then they still continue to fight the big robot because he's still able to control it just as regular Eggman for a while.
Yes.
But eventually Sonic and Pal and team, unless you want to go through beat by beat on this fight scene, which I don't have working memory.
That's fine. It's a great action scene, and I don't want to spoil it anyway for anyone that hasn't actually seen it.
They keep doing a big fight, and
they have a lot of good quips with each other. There was one good line with Knuckles, like, not saying the plan correctly in such a way that was, like, making fun of Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
Oh, Sonic! I also like Sonic's being like, "What's the plan?" Well, step 1 is like, be snarky and sarcastic, and I'll figure out step 2 later, or something like that. Yeah. You know.
But anyway, yeah, they fight. Eventually, the Master Emerald gets knocked out of Eggman, and smashes on the ground, and, like, while it was a blow to Eggman, he still got this overpowering robot that they can't defeat. I think he actually already, like, stomped on Tails and Knuckles, didn't he? So they're like
Tails and Knuckles are knocked away.
Yeah, they're like down for the count. Sonic, he's about to step on Sonic. That's right. And then Pretzel Lady and Donut Lord are like, well, we'll do this as a family.
And I want to point out that them driving in the Jeep to save Sonic, who's about to get crushed, I think is a visual and thematic callback to Sonic saving the turtle from the first movie.
Okay.
Like, it's Sonic was looking out for those who are helpless, and then he gets a family, and the family looks out for Sonic while Sonic is looking. Like, it's layers, it's themes, it's callbacks.
Yeah. So anyway, they huddle around Sonic and they all get stepped on. The end.
Can we do a honk shoe?
Yeah.
Thank you. How's it looking up here?
We're doing a honk shoe. You can look after we honk shoe.
Well, I'm looking in here. This is looking pretty nice.
I'm
liking this.
Not looking nice. I haven't done anything except move stuff. None of it is organized.
It's looking good. It's looking good.
2 awake. Can't sleep until 22:01.
What time is it? Oh, it's 19:07. All right. Well, I'm gonna go grab a spiky burr from downstairs then.
But yeah. Anyway, they get stepped on. The end.
Yep.
Or
End
is
the movie. On to Sonic 3.
But
Somehow,
then we
Palpatine has
see the mech's foot slowly start to rise. It looks like it's struggling. Only to see a familiar golden glow. Oh, I thought you were going to say something. Letting me have center stage for this one. Huh?
Look, you're the one who loves Dragon Ball Z. You get to talk about Super Saiyan Sonic.
So this was like the super hype moment for me because Sonic goes supersonic. And like I wasn't expecting that they would actually do it in the movie. Because when they went with the Master Emerald, I was like, oh, why not the Chaos Emerald so we could get some supersonic? They pulled the old bait and switch on me. Turns out...
I thought you were going to talk about how in the trailers they all showed Sonic with his golden hair, but then in the actual movie he didn't have gold hair.
Would you shut up? You're such an ass. No, I don't have a complaint about the trailers this time. Okay.
Go on. Go ahead. Do you want to talk about the music where when he goes supersonic, it plays the like
It doesn't.
It's got a little musical sting from the games when he goes supersonic.
Not that I recognized.
Okay. But then he has unlimited power.
He goes supersonic and just absolutely wrecks house.
It's great. It's really great. And it's a way better climax than the first movie's like dinky fight in downtown Main Street.
Wet fart of an ending.
Yep.
Yeah, it's much better than that. Yeah, so anyway, they end up defeating, or rather, he ends up defeating Eggman and knocking the giant robot back. I guess they just assume Eggman's dead. So I don't think anyone goes to check on him. Is that correct?
As far as I know, like Eggman, like it explodes and Eggman is presumed dead again.
Right. And then, that's when Knuckles goes on a spiel about, like, this is not the Sonic that you knew. He has been consumed by the Master Emerald. And then he's, like, giving him a grave warning to watch out for what he might do, how unpredictable he is, and all this and that, and setting him up to be like, oh, now Sonic is a threat to humanity. And then, like, he raises his hand or something, and, like, everybody flinches and, like, snaps his fingers, and it starts raining chili dogs. And then he makes like a quip. Goofy. He makes like a goofy quip, and then goes back to normal Sonic.
Just gives up the Chaos Emeralds, which then reform to be the Master Emerald.
Yeah, and then they start carrying it around in a cooler.
Yep. Well, no. What they do is then they like have the like wind down denouement moment of Knuckles and Tails and Sonic playing baseball, because baseball was thematically important to the first movie, and this is a callback and a closing of that arc of like, now Sonic has a family.
Family?
They talk about Fast and Furious in this one too.
I mean, you can't make a movie can't make a movie about family without talking about Fast and Furious.
We forgot to mention in the final fight sequence is Sonic like makes the self-sacrifice because Eggman he lives, and I quote, rent-free in his head, which is another phrase that they use here. Sonic specifically says Eggman lives rent-free, or I live rent-free in Eggman's head. And I'm glad that that's gone into like popular vernacular.
Are you gonna say that one originated in a movie from 2016 or something?
2007, and no. My brain is not working. And so he like abandons his team, and that's what almost gets him killed before the supersonic thing. And the reason I bring that up is because he says it's like a battle from time immemorial, like The Rock and Vin Diesel, which I thought was a funny little dig. Do you know that's why they won't be in Fast and Furious movies together anymore?
Huh?
The Rock and Vin Diesel?
Look, I'm not into the Fast and Furious lore like you are.
Those actors are feuding because they have like their contracts both specify that like neither of them can ever be shown on screen losing a fight. It's stupid. It's dumb Hollywood drama. Can we go honk shoot?
Fine. Anyway, yeah, the movie wraps up with baseball, and they're like, we're a family, and they all start living together, and they have the Master Emerald in a cooler, and yeah, that's kind of it. Happy ending, the end.
The end.
And then we get our credit sequence, which I guess was with Sonic Advanced Sprites, and I just don't remember. Another reenactment of the movie. And then we get our post-credits scene, which shows a lot of like gun agents and like scientist guys looking at some test tube thing, and then yeah, you see what's in the test tube, and it's something that looks like Sonic, but it's black, and it opens its eyes.
Can you see on my screen that looks like it's supposed to be Game Boy Advance level sprites?
I mean, I guess.
This is also a good example of that. Can I press F3 and get that? Yeah, these.
You know, I get where my confusion was, because it's really not. This is really not Sonic Advance, but yeah, it's not Genesis either.
Yeah, it's way more. It's a way higher fidelity pixel, but it is still pixel sprites. But
honestly,
to me, that
it kind of looks more like Sonic Robo Blast. Is that an exasperated sigh because I'm not wrong?
No, I just found the Sonic Robo Blast screenshot. Look at this Sonic Robo Blast looking nonsense.
Oh, that's
all right.
Like,
okay,
that screenshot actually, that was like the half pipe special stage from Sonic 2.
Yeah. Anyway,
that's probably why I was thinking Genesis, because it did have some Genesis sections in it. But no, unlike the first movie, it wasn't all Genesis style sections. I'll give you that.
I'm burning daylight here.
So yeah, before we jump into talking about Sonic 3, my butt-faced friend here did not watch the Knuckles series, but I did. And
it looked like buddy cop nonsense with Knuckles and Wade.
I'm not.
I already didn't like Wade.
I'm not going to spoil the movie. I'm not going to give you the movie. It feels like a movie more than it does like a series. But I'm not going to spoil it and give like I mean, I am going to spoil it, but not in great detail. I'm not giving you the step-by-step replay here. I will give you the cliff notes. So it's 6 episodes long. So if you've ever watched one of those like 6-episode Disney series for Marvel, kind of like that, where it's more like one really long movie. So yeah, it's kind of like a buddy cop movie. I personally described it as being like Big Lebowski, but Sonic.
How have you seen The Big Lebowski?
I haven't actually seen all of it. I've seen bits and pieces of it. Enough to get a lot of the references people make to it. But my impression of it, I mean, I need to sit down and watch it. I'm not gonna.
What do you? No. What I am? We're gonna take a Sonic detour for 2 seconds. What do you think The Big Lebowski is?
So, like, bowling is obviously part of it, but then there's like, I don't know. There's like a lot of like subplot that has nothing to do with the bowling, and that's kind of what the Knuckles series gets to. Like,
okay,
the whole premise is they're going on a trip to a bowling tournament so that Wade can prove that he's a warrior, and Knuckles is gonna train him to like please his ancestor Pachacamac.
I would like to just point out that The Big Lebowski, so that people at home are aware, The Big Lebowski is a send-up and pastiche of noir crime thrillers. It is 100% a mystery detective movie.
Am I thinking of the wrong movie entirely?
No. The protagonist of The Big Lebowski is a stoner who bowls.
Okay.
And it is a movie in which a stoner who bowls has to become a detective crime noir private investigator man.
Okay, fine. Then my analogy works.
It does. I just... You were like, I know The Big Lebowski. It's the movie with bowling. Therefore, this movie with bowling is exactly like The Big Lebowski.
No, it really is like that, because the bowling is like, it's there. Like, it's Wade's thing, but it's not really what the series is about.
I promise you, Blau, the next time we touch grass, I will have watched And Knuckles, a thing I said I will never do if you promise you will have watched The Big Lebowski. And I just want us to compare notes.
Okay, I can do that.
That sounds hilarious, because this is the most out-of-pocket thing I've heard from you.
Really?
Yes, honestly.
This is the most out of pocket?
Yes! Oh man, I hope Bob does not hear this because he will have an aneurysm. It's fine. Moving on.
Well, you two are both movie snobs, so of course, someone who has not seen this whole movie that is like a classic and beloved by you both, yeah, it's gonna upset him. Like, I told you, I haven't seen the whole thing. I haven't even seen enough to actually catch what the plot was about. I knew there was a bowler who was like washed up and like a stoner and all that. And there's a lot of scenes in it where he's in the bowling alley being a shitty bowler and all that because he's washed up. But, like, that's not what the movie's about. I knew that was not what the movie's about. It's not a bowling movie. And
it's fine.
To that same effect, the Knuckles series is not a series about bowling.
No, I just love the sentence, to the same effect in which The Big Lebowski is not a movie about bowling, and Knuckles is a TV show that is not about bowling. Like, that is such a video essay tagline that is a meaningless statement, and I love it. I love that it is true and that it feels right in your heart.
Look, you just find it absolutely incredulous that I found a way to compare and Knuckles to the Big Lebowski. And that's all this is.
In the ways that both of them are not about bowling. It warms my heart. Do I have a thing on? I do. Go off, Queen, about And Knuckles.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, the whole premise is that Wade just is not a great bowler. He's a good bowler. He's not a great bowler because he chokes. And Knuckles is being destructive at home. So Pretzel Lady tells him to find a hobby. But the only thing he knows how to do is be a warrior. And he's visited by the spirit of his ancestor, Pachacamac, who tells him to train someone else to be a warrior. And so he starts training Wade. And Wade thinks he's going to train him to be a bowler, but really it's not. He's not training him to bowl. He's training, like, his fighting spirit, I guess. And it'd be a very boring series if that's all there was to it. So of course they throw in some rogue gun agents that are after Knuckles to take his spines, because apparently they have electrical magic powers too, and they're building weapons out of it. And they have some like Russian guy that might have been a reference to the second movie that I just forgot about because he was such a minor character.
You must get me my board. I need my board.
But yeah, this Russian guy is like making weapons out of Knuckles' spines. And,
so it's like Iron Man 2.
I don't remember the plot of Iron Man 2 at this point.
It's where there's a Russian guy who's making weapons out of Tony Stark's tech. Played by Mickey Rourke, and then he gets contacted by. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I'm the only person who loves Iron Man 2.
So where's the bowling come in?
No, see, it's not about bowling. It's about a Russian guy.
Oh, okay.
It's not about the Russians, Lebowski.
Yeah. So anyway, these two rogue gun agents are trying to kidnap Knuckles, and of course they fail because, you know, even though they got a couple weapons from the Russian guy, they're not very good fighters, and Knuckles is a warrior. True warrior. And so our boy Nux sets off on a road trip with Wade towards Las Vegas, where this bowling tournament is, and tries to teach him the fighting spirit along the way. Okay.
Is Las Vegas a mecca for bowlers?
That's just where the tournament is.
Is that a thing? A lot of bowling alleys in Las Vegas?
Look, if I ran a bowling league, I might hold a tournament in Las Vegas because that's a fun place to go.
Blau, why aren't you why don't you run a bowling league?
I don't know much about bowling or running.
You throw the rocks at the pins, and when they all get knocked down, you go Steve Reich.
I need 3 wasp shells.
I would love to deal with that. We got an issue with Larver.
So it appears. So yeah, anyway,
I don't larva that.
The rogue agents team up with the Russian guy to try and capture Knuckles.
No, Blau, Rogue is an agent. No? Nothing? Come on.
Where are they actually attacking at?
No, you liked that one. Stop joshing me.
Okay.
You like that one.
It shows they're attacking the home base. I didn't see them anywhere.
They're big mad.
Well, some of them have either given up or died.
Give up or die. It's a good threat. I like that one.
I'm walking on a Billy Hog.
I'm walking on Billy Hog. Whoa, and don't it feel good?
No, Billy Hog, not Donut.
What?
I said Billy Hog, not Donut.
That's also the reason that Finish your thought. Finish your thought about rogue agents.
Anyway, they team up with the Russian guy. They have a climactic fight scene with Knuckles while the tournament's going on. It actually turned out that Wade's dad was like the defending champion or whatever, and his dad's kind of an ass, so now he's doing it to prove that he's the better man. And yeah, they're doing the bowling tournament while Knuckles is fighting and smashing in and out of the buildings and stuff, and yeah, that's kind of how it goes. The main thing to take away from all of this, though, is just that at the end of the series, Wade proves himself as a warrior to Knuckles, and in return, Knuckles entrusts Wade to guard the Master Emerald.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say that while the bowling tournament is going on and Knuckles is fighting, there comes a moment where it looks like Wade needs to get a strike, and he doesn't get it quite yet, and a pin's shaking around, and then Knuckles, while fighting, causes a big crash, and the final pin falls over.
I'm not going to confirm or deny that, but I will say that there is a moment where Wade has to man up, as it were, during that fight.
Okay.
Did we ever honk
Who do you
shoe,
think you
or...
are? I am, yeah.
Did we ever honk shoe or what?
We slept. It's daytime right now.
Okay. But yeah, all of that was to say that, yeah, that is the only thing from the Knuckles miniseries that is actually important going into Sonic 3. Because, like, they agreed the Master Emerald was dangerous, and they couldn't let just anyone have it, and I guess Sonic didn't trust himself with the temptation of the power, so he made Knuckles promise him to hide it and not tell him where it is unless they all agreed that it was needed.
Sounds reasonable.
And so this kind of explains what he did with it. He gave it to Wade to hide.
I see, when that came up in the movie itself, I thought it was just a good little, like, gag.
Nope. I mean, it was a good little gag, but...
Like, I didn't need a whole series explaining why that was.
I mean, that wasn't the
purpose. I
purpose.
thought it was just Wade being a goofus.
That wasn't the purpose of the series, but, like, that's the end result and the only thing that actually carried over into the third movie.
I would like to read the very first sentence of the IMDb plot synopsis for Shadow the Hedgehog.
Shadow the Hedgehog?
It is... Yes, Sonic 3 is called Shadow the Hedgehog, just so you're aware.
I needed to verify that you were talking about the movie Sonic 3 and not Shadow the Hedgehog, the 2005 game that I am a crazy woman about.
Can I read the very first sentence here? Even though it is not chronologically explained in this order. In 1974, a meteorite containing the alien Shadow the Hedgehog crash lands in Oklahoma and is seized by the U.S. military.
What?
That's what's explained during Shadow flashbacks. Yes, I'm not crazy. Shadow's power is then experimented on, and then that's the rest of the plot synopsis going forward here. But he's not grown in a lab.
I did not get that from the movie at all.
He is kept in cryostasis at gun headquarters is how the movie opens up. Where there's like 24 guys on an entire island military base that seems to just be about containing Shadow the Hedgehog. And on their desk is a little E102 Gamma figurine. And that made me sit up and point at the movie, insert Leonardo DiCaprio gif. You also... It's cutting back while Shadow is in the Dragon Ball Z, like, heal yourself tube, to him, like, thinking about his time with Maria, and Maria is playing on her acoustic guitar Live and Learn. And I immediately paused the movie and then broke out my acoustic guitar and learned how to play Live and Learn on it, because I was like, oh yeah, that sounds probably pretty easy to do. And then I did it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
So I will rebut that just by saying that this was not a movie about Shadow's origins.
No, not at all. Although I do like Shadow's flashback origins in this movie. I just got if we want to get that out of the way, like it's shown that Shadow is in a government lab and being experimented on, whether or not he was grown there, whether or not he was an alien. They're looking for this like power. That's what the US government is doing with Shadow, right? And he has made like acquaintances with Maria, Dr. Gerald Robotnik, it's revealed. His granddaughter?
Yes.
Or is it his daughter?
Granddaughter.
So it would be Robotnik's sister.
Cousin.
Cousin?
Cousin.
I thought he's grandson.
He is.
Oh, right. That's it. Yeah, never mind. Family trees. I'm understanding. And I want to point out the detail that they really hammer home in this. Well, they don't hammer it home. It's a subtle detail that they show off several times. Maria is always roller skating everywhere, which explains why Shadow has rocket boots. Is because he rollerblades because Maria rollerblades.
Didn't she make his shoes? I think the movie says.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Yeah,
I love that.
That is a detail that I like.
It's such a great detail. There's another detail where
because in the games it is never attempted to be explained why he's got hover shoes.
No, I just like it that he like pulls Maria around on her rollerblades, and then he like takes over being the rollerblader. And I'm like, oh, it's sweet. I like it. They also at one point are watching like an old black and white Godzilla movie, but it is very clearly the bio lizard in it, and it says like the terror from outer space, and Shadow's like, is that why people fear me this way? But it's a little puppet bio lizard, and it made my heart go, oh, I recognize that. And they have a montage about it. I also this entire time thought, because you never really see outside of the military base that Shadow the Hedgehog is being kept in. Except for the one point where Maria goes like outside and looks at the stars. And I thought they were going to have the reveal that they were on the space station Ark the entire time. Spoilers, there is no space station Ark in this movie. And that kind of bummed me out.
Well, they just don't call it the Ark, but it is.
It's not a space station, though. In fact, the thing that is like, the Ark in this movie is smaller than Robotnik's giant robot from the last movie. If it can fly out of the river that the London Bridge is spanning, it's tiny. It's not big. We're getting ahead of ourselves. I really don't like the climax of this movie. I think it's kind of stupid. But Shadow wakes up from his like cryopod and breaks out of the gun facility after 50 years, it said?
Yep.
That they're like, oh, we need to get more guys. And they were like, that was actually all the guys that we had at this whole facility outside of San Francisco. And then Shadow heads off to go and do a Terrabad. Right?
Yeah.
And then that is our cold open, setting up the stakes.
Well, he's not actually going to do a Terrabad. He's more like just trying to do his own thing. But like, don't die. They pursue him and won't leave him the F alone. So he defends himself. Like, he really just wants to be left alone at the start of the movie.
Yes.
But he is, like, clearly being brutalized by the military. So he responds in kind.
Sorry, I'm sneezy.
Also, Shadow in this movie is voiced by Keanu Reeves, a person that actually exists in this universe.
Because Sonic's favorite movie is Speed, yes.
And they never, ever, ever make any kind of joke off of that, and I am so mad.
Yeah, it feels like a big missed opportunity for a movie that is so, like, pop culture quip obsessed.
Ugh, I was so mad about that.
Yeah, it feels like, oh, dang it. It's fine.
Rip.
I killed the things. Respawn at field station. Whereabouts am I? You'll never guess what field station I respawned at.
The one in the wall?
Yeah.
I mean, I can just look over and see where you are.
Oh. Fair enough. That's a heck of a field station to respawn at. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it. I don't want to deal with you right now. And after that cold open, we then flash to Sonic having I'm just gonna say, it's a birthday party out in the woods. Like, they're going camping, they're roasting s'mores, and it's for his birthday. Because they don't actually know when his birthday is, but this is the day that he came to Earth. And it's Tom and Pretzel Lady and Tails and Knuckles. And Tails and Knuckles go on a fake race with Sonic as a distraction for them to set up the, like, surprise party. And it's really sweet. It's a really sweet, like, little bit of, like, family bonding. Take all. Can we not? Can we not? What's being a problem here? I want this instead of these. Heck, please. Oh, I'm getting attacked and trying to pick up my backpack. And trying to summarize a movie. My attention is very, very, very split at the moment.
Sounds like an issue, not an issue.
Yeah. It's not going great. I would like these, and I would like these.
Unfortunately, I've only watched Sonic 3 the one time in the theater 6 months ago, so I don't have as much goldfish space available for that one as I did for the first two, which I've seen multiple times.
Okay, then I will continue with the shenanigans here. Their camping trip birthday party is interrupted while they are roasting s'mores by a gun helicopter showing up saying, Sonic, we need your help. There's an unidentified threat going on in Tokyo City. Please help us, the U.S. military. And Sonic goes, well, hey, might as well. The U.S. military needs my help. And then goes and does that.
I'm thinking maybe I should make this museum only one floor.
I do like one little quip that Sonic says here is, Tom put the s'mores on ice, which is hilarious, just as a sentence.
It's pretty funny as a sentence.
And I also want to point out that, again, this helicopter lands, presumably flown by a gun military officer, right? Like, you have to assume. Yeah. And, oh, right, also, the like, new gun chief, who is not the old guy that we've been following beforehand, or this gun chief is played by the actress who is Jessica Jones.
We find out that the old guy got promoted later in the movie.
So Jessica Jones steps out and says, Sonic, we need your help. And then Sonic's like, okay. And they get on the helicopter and fly through a ring to Tokyo. Gun is it a United Nations project? It has to be, because they have a base in London later, right?
I think it's like, it doesn't matter. It's the USDIA for all I care. You know that they operate on a world scale.
Okay. But they warp immediately to, and again, I cannot stress this enough. They fit an entire one of these military helicopters through a ring and warp to Tokyo. There's not a like travel time distance. And the next shot we see is Tails piloting the plane flying over Tokyo, meaning that the gun helicopter pilot was like, Tails, we obviously need your superior flying expertise to do this. You hop on the stick, buddy. And I find that implication that happens in an off-screen 30 seconds cutaway hilarious. No comment?
I'm sorry, I was not listening.
Why is Tails a 14-year-old child piloting a military helicopter? And why did a military helicopter personnel like secede his ownership of the plane to Tails?
I don't think his age really matters.
Okay, fine. You know what? They just recognize him as their superior. No one at any point briefs Sonic and team about what kind of threat there is that they're about to encounter down there. And then Sonic says the line from the game about bad in-flight movies and jumps out.
You glossed over that faster than I would have liked you to, because I had something I wanted to say. I'm sorry,
I thought your goldfish were preoccupied.
There was exactly one line from Sonic Adventure 2 in this game. And this is the one they went with. What? No food or movies? I'm out of here. Or whatever. I know I messed it up. But it's that line from the beginning of City Escape. And I'm a little upset about that. Because I think it would have been a much better choice if they were only going to use one line to use Sayonara, Shadow the Hedgehog.
They do Sayonara Shadow the Hedgehog.
They do not. They do not.
I forget what language Eggman speaks. It's not French and it's not Japanese. But he does say in a different language Sayonara, like the translation would be Sayonara Shadow the Hedgehog. That line is in this movie. I will find the clip of it for you later.
Well,
it's his line that he says on the art.
It's supposed to be Sonic that says it.
Oh, I gotta look this up. Hold on. I don't know it. I don't know it off the top of my head. But I did absolutely clock it this time. Why is there a little spider biting me? I don't need this. I don't need this today. Not today, spider. My brain is mush. They jump out of the airplane. Sonic does not get a cool snowboard to do City Escape with. Instead, they just fly down in the Sonic Heroes fly configuration. It's fine. It's fine, I guess. And then they see a bunch of destruction on the streets of Tokyo, and you see the giant Shadow of Shadow sneak up behind. It looks like he's going to be a big monster, but actually he's just a regular old hedgehog with a motorcycle and a gun. And the ability to chaos control warp.
Yes, control!
And then actually, Sonic, I would like to fight him. And so Knuckles goes to fight him, and Knuckles gets his butt kicked.
Oh,
and then Sonic's like, well, they can't take us all at once. And then Shadow absolutely takes them all at once.
I need a Super Spider Venom.
What's that?
Super Spider Venom?
Where's the Super Spider?
You might find it in that cave all the way by the fence.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
The one that's got the toenail in it?
I also still don't know what that one is. This is not me playing dumb. I legitimately don't know.
Black Widow.
Hope this is enough to keep me safe.
Oh, it's a Black Widow. Okay, yeah. I don't think I can solo a Black Widow. Just a heads up.
I'll get it. Don't worry about it.
Do you want to try and give a honk shoe?
Sure.
I've been getting spiky burrs like nobody's business, and some more pine cones.
I'll go widow it up.
But
Did you get my ladybird parts?
You should have a ton, yeah.
Okay. Good.
Shadow handily beats them, rides off on a motorcycle, and Sonic gives chase. They have a chase through Tokyo. Why is it the more that you keep talking, the harder I want to hit you? Is said. I can't do a very good Keanu, it turns out right now. And what else? What else happens? Shadow does the Akira slide up the Tokyo Tower, which is maybe the weebest thing I've ever seen on screen. And Shadow gets away, and Sonic and pals have to regroup at the Chow Cafe. Right?
Yes. Chow Cafe is awesome. It's the Chow Garden.
I was going to comment, sorry, to back up about the only movie line being the one about the in-flight movies.
You mean the only game
I think
line?
that's reasonable as one, an incredibly iconic quote, that two, literally anyone who has ever played Sonic Adventure 2 will have heard, because it's the first thing in the game, as opposed to the very last line in the movie being said.
No,
Now,
I get what you're saying. I agree with all of your points. What I'm saying, though, is that I think Sayonara Shadow the Hedgehog would have been more impactful, as opposed to just being a line that everybody would recognize from the game.
And we've already seen in the second movie, they're not afraid to do some weird, like, pulls. Like,
Personally,
Mean Machine is a weird pull.
Personally, I think they should have used both lines.
I would have also really appreciated the, you're the fake hedgehog around here. I'll make you each of those words. You're not even good enough to be my fake.
Yeah.
Like that whole exchange.
Well, they didn't really do the whole people are colorblind and can't tell that this black hedgehog is not the blue hedgehog.
No, that's not in this at all. Gunn is immediately like, that is Shadow. We are going after Shadow the Hedgehog. Sonic is on our side. Except for the part in the movie that is baffling where, like, Gunn turns against Sonic. Like, why? I am completely baffled by Gunn's. We'll get to the mid part of this movie. This movie is less well written and more afraid of its source material than the second movie. But their Sonic and team are regrouping at the Chow Garden. The Colonel from the first movie shows up. The old gun guy shows up and gives Sonic a key card to a secret military project, which is presumably Shadow's secret military project, right? And then egg drones crash the place, blow everything up, kill the general, and then after the egg drones show up, a mysterious biker who is immediately revealed to be Agent Stone. Dang, the spiky burrs didn't respawn here. Reappears and disables them and says, Sonic and team, come with me if you want to live. If you want to help out with figuring out what the heck's going on here, why people are using the doctor's tech.
There was a really good line said in the Chow Garden before the action starts. I don't remember what it was, and I am upset that I don't remember.
Do you know what it was about?
No, it was just one of the lines said during the Chow Garden scene before all hell breaks loose.
I have a spider crawling up my wall right next to my computer screen.
Anyway, the Chow Garden scene was delightful.
It was delightful because they're singing a Jackson 5 cover song with mascots, with like Chow mascots that physically exist. Now, Chow don't exist in this world. They're just like Japanese mascots. And you know what? That's fine. That's totally fine. I should be able to go to a Chow Garden cafe and order like dessert that looks like the fruit from the Chow Garden. I need
surprised that's not a real thing.
It should be. Absolutely should be. Just give me a Chuck E. Cheese's that's like that, okay? Come on. Sega. Do it. Agent Stone takes them to the dock, reveals Robotnik in his first ever just like full on, this is an animal that I am piloting. It's the egg crab. It's the egg crab walker. And I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. It's great.
And we also see that Eggman's fallen on some rough times.
Not rough times.
And
Maybe this looks like what not caring what you'd think I look like looks like.
He looks a lot more egg-shaped.
Yes. He's packed on the pounds. He's looking healthy. He's not looking that healthy.
But they give him a montage to kind of get back into character, as it were.
Well, they form a reluctant alliance with Eggman.
Yeah.
Which definitely will never come back to bite them in the butt. I also really like that Eggman is watching a terrible fake telenovela, which gets Juan and his evil twin brother. Like, that's where they channel the Shadow the Hedgehog energy in there. And I forget the exact line, but they make a joke about, like, only Juan can have my heart, and it's not Juan, it's Juan. And I was like, oh, that's a good terrible pun. I also want to point out the montage of Dr. Eggman, because he's let himself go, right? He's got a really lousy haircut. Do you remember where I'm going with this, Blau?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, because the music that they play for Dr. Eggman getting his haircut from a really lousy haircut to his more iconic I'm bald and fat and in a red suit now is the Prodigy's Firestarter.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I remember you telling me about this a long time ago.
That's not so bad.
Yeah, when I first saw the movie, I bolted upright in my seat going, what the heck are they doing playing the Prodigy's Firestarter, where they have to censor a curse word in it during this montage before they cut it off as well. And I'm like, why are you doing this for Dr. Eggman getting a really lousy haircut? Because that is a bit from the Weird Al TV show in which Weird Al covers Firestarter to the song lyrics. It's a 30-second clip that he says, I got a lousy haircut, a really stupid haircut, and he looks like Dr. Eggman in that video. I'm like, this is a reference built only for me. This is designed to catch me off guard. Why is this in the movie?
Happy
Anyways.
birthday.
So my birthday, my Christmas gift, and now the puzzle that I'll have to deal with the rest of my life. You wanted wasp nonsense, eh?
Yeah, 3 wasp shells.
The thing that I don't like doing right now is wasps. Just a heads up. But I'm over here.
Wasp's your problem.
Yes, actually. I'm gonna have to figure out how to not have wasps be my problem. I do have arrows. I have my bow on me. I do have my bow on me. Okay, all right. Let's try and deal with wasps for a second. I hate that I'm dealing with wasps for a second.
Not the bees! Anything but the bees!
And I got an ant on me.
Why aren't you taking care of it?
Well, now I'm going to have to. Can you please? Yeah, this is more effective against wasps.
I'm gonna go kill a...
Ah!
Why didn't you put your ant thing on?
Why didn't you remind me to put my ant thing on?
You could also grab your bard's tutors so you don't get jumped by the wasps.
I'm attacking the wasps. I'm just not mutationed up at all at the moment, and things are rough. I was way closer. What the heck? Why did it spawn me at this? Last time I died, you put me at the wall. Why? Ah! It's fine. It's fine.
To the window.
Okay. Eggman and Sonic and pals team up to go and figure out who is using Eggman's technology. Okay, mutations, hold on. Turn off that. Turn on Friend of Ant. Is it guard? No, it's Antbassador. Turn off this. Turn on that. There we go.
You know, we should probably also grab charcoal chunks every once in a while, too.
I will do that after I'm done screwing around here. I can find wherever anything went wrong. Where did everything go wrong for me, Blau?
The moment you said yes.
No, not wrong about that. Okay, you're back. And then
Now you'll be
like
doing this till you're 90.
Yeah, no kidding.
Don't look down. Don't look down.
That's more wasp nonsense. I get you. There we go.
Where are you
I'm
fighting these wasps at? Is that at the trunk?
Tree stump. I'm stumping it up. Stump up the jam. Stump it up.
Stump it up.
While this beat is pumping. I did the things that needed to be done. We're all good. And so they go and track Eggman's repurposed egg technology to an abandoned gun base where Shadow was being experimented on, and they split up. Eggman and Sonic and the team all, like, splinter off and one by one get taken out by Shadow, who's warping around the place and just snapping their necks, making them look left really fast. You know that old technique?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Just straight murders them.
Yep. And eventually this just leaves Eggman alone in a room where it is revealed that Dr. Gerald Robotnik is, 1, still alive, 2, incredibly old. I think he says he's like 120.
I don't remember.
He says, I don't look that bad for someone who's... And he definitely says he's over 100 years old. Eggman is like, where were you my entire life? No, wait a second. Where were you? And he's like, well, I was in a government facility being trapped for the last 50 years. Being forced to design a machine for God. And then they have a pretty fun, like, little trivia off, which all the trivia facts that they do, I didn't double check their math on it, but I'm sure someone did, and it's definitely right. They did also correctly state what the most elegant formula in mathematics is. It was the answer I would have given. I think it's Euler's identity formula. It's really neat. It's really, really neat. Coming back to base. Base. My brain is not working right now, Blau. Oh, yes, and then Jim Carrey and Jim Carrey both look at the screen and say, the family resemblance is uncanny. It's almost like we're in a movie being played by, or both being played by the same actor.
Yeah, that's a line that critics don't like. Yes.
I don't mind it because Jim Carrey's whole Eggman is like pop culture obsessed in this movie. Like, oh, we forgot to mention, while I forgot to call out, while he's doing his like whole like improvised trap thing on the Mushroom Planet, he directly quotes the Wookiees from, or not the Wookiees, the Ewoks from Star Wars. He does a Grubnub quote. Why did critics not like that line? These movies are like 100% fourth wall winky wink breaking.
Black Widow, queen of the arachnids.
So, personally, I could take or leave that line, but I'm sure it's fine for people that have never seen a line like that before.
I think it's totally acceptable. I think everyone who doesn't like it is just a grumpy poo pants. There we go. I now have a bunch of bandages. I have too many bandages. You needed wasp shells, was that it?
Yes.
7 of them, back into home base. Feeling okay about that?
I'm very distracted at the moment.
You're Black Widowing. Yes, that's fair. That's fair. You keep doing that. I will continue on with the recap. So Robotnik and Robotnik team up to be the Robotnik Bros, the granddad and grandson, and the angst of like family is this whole movie. Less so about teamwork and more so about family, coming together and being a family, and your responsibility to protect your family or your failure to be there for your family is here. Where the previous movie was about teamwork, this one's about family. You see the distinction. And so Shadow and the Robotniks tie up Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. They have a villain monologue. They steal the gun key card from Sonic, and Gerald Robotnik and Shadow are like, you wouldn't be stupid enough to have taken these or hand-delivered us this key card. And Sonic's like, no, I definitely didn't absolutely do that, as they pull it out of his bag. And then Shadow throws a subspace emissary black hole bomb, and it completely devours the mountain headquarters that they're at. Of note, why does Shadow have a black hole bomb that can eat an entire mountain?
Really busy moment.
No worries. I just want you to acknowledge the fact that Shadow has a black hole bomb that can eat an entire mountain. And then also, subsequently acknowledge that this is never brought up or used again. Ever. Like, Sonic mentions that this is such a cataclysmic event that they need to update Google Earth. But they escape, of course. Because of course they escape. And then... now Sonic and team are distrustful of Gun, because very clearly they're up to some shady nonsense because they were the ones who first created Shadow. And they didn't want to say that to Sonic and team, and that's why they didn't get a proper mission briefing before they landed in Tokyo. So Sonic and team regroup with Tom and Pretzel Lady. And this is what makes me think that Sonic the Hedgehog 3 was the first post-pandemic movie. The way that I thought that these movies were released was I thought Sonic 1 was a 2016 movie, and then Sonic 2 would have been like a 2020 movie. Filmed before the pandemic, but released during it. Because Sonic 2, again, looks and feels incredible, whereas so much of Sonic 3 feels like it was shot on green screen or in those like that Disney, whatever they shoot the Mandalorian on. Like the virtual reality, augmented reality shooting stage. It's only ever like one or two characters isolated in the background, and then everything else is either way too in focus or way too out of focus, and you don't really get a lot of dynamic shots. It doesn't look as good as 2, I'll put it that way. The animation of Sonic and Team look better just by nature of their, like, you know, continued use in the rigging, but it just doesn't look as good. It doesn't look as good. And when we cut back to Donut Lord and Pretzel Lady, like, they're in the middle of doing a sight gag about them. Oh man, it's so quiet now that we don't have the kids at home. And yeah, we've been able to pick up all of these different hobbies, like apparently knitting donut-themed sweaters, building the Taj Mahal out of jigsaw puzzles. Pretzel Lady has started, like, baking. You'd think that she would have gotten into, like, doing yoga over Zoom, but no, that's not brought up at all. And, like, the way I read it is it's a, like, pandemic joke that everyone was baking sourdough bread. Like, everyone got into hobbies. And that's what makes me think that this would have been the first movie released post-pandemic. But no, they were all post-2020. So, what do I know? What do I know? And then Sonic and Pal show up and say, help, we need to break into gun headquarters. And for some reason, that's a thing that the whole team is down for to do. Getting you a bunch of twinkling shells. Getting lucky with these.
I don't know why they made Black Widow so stupid hard. I won, though.
I'm proud of you. Probably some durability.
I did die.
If I had to guess.
So many spiderlings.
This time I made it across. There we go.
I got
where was I?
51 web fibers out of that.
Tails busts out a hologram of the secret gun military base in London, where the other key card to is being held. No, they don't know what's being held in it. That's the whole plot point.
It's a weapon that Gerald and Eggman are after.
Yes. Well, they don't know that they're after it yet.
They do. That's why they're going to break into Gun's headquarters to get it before them.
Then why are they surprised when they get into Gun headquarters that Gerald Robotnik has a USB key stuffed into the server room?
I don't remember that detail.
Yeah, so here's my gripe with this middle section of this movie, okay? The whole point is set up where it's like, there's these 3 layers of security we need to get past. One of them is this shield that Sonic absolutely 100% will not be able to run fast enough to get through. He'll be incinerated by it. Number 2 is a big laser hallway that you'll have to, like, Tom Cruise Mission Impossible through, or else you'll be, like, just et up completely. And then 3 is the like black box room where no one has ever been inside. They've scrubbed all of the data of what it looks like on the outside so that ring technology can't just warp inside there. And then whatever we find in there is guns keeping like turbo secret. We need to find the government nonsense. It's like, okay, all right. And so then we have to have human hijinks of them sneaking into the military base where Tom and Pretzel Lady dress up as Angry Black Lady sister and her husband, who again is a gun agent. And
they're both gun agents now.
Are they both gun agents? Is it like you get married into it? Or does she just Angry Black Lady her way in there because she wants to have lunch with her husband?
No, she became...
That's the bit that I remember.
She became one as well, I guess, after they got married.
I 100% missed this. I also am surprised because, like, what are her qualifications?
I don't know. We don't know anything about her other than that she's an Angry Black Lady.
These are not characters. Right? Like, that's... I'm still grumpy about that.
That's fine. Most people are grumpy about that.
Okay. As long as we're on the same page. But they break in to do a big hack so that Tails can do a big hack. Whereas Knuckles was given the explicit instructions to wait and break in case of glass. Or break glass in case of emergency. And he just wants to break things. And then Sonic's like, in case of emergency. The important part here is the in case of emergency part. So they start doing a big hack. And then they notice that Eggman is already in the base because he's got his little USB key thing hacking the mainframe. And so Sonic says, screw it. I can't wait for this hack. I'll just run really fast and get inside anyway.
Okay, they're surprised that they beat them there. That's what it is. They knew they were going after it, though.
Okay. It was just a surprise that we're there earlier than we thought.
Yeah.
Aye.
Probably because of the insane amounts of security.
Right. And so the whole plan for hacking and this whole bit of the humans was completely unnecessary because Sonic runs fast enough and gets through the laser grid. Or gets through the firewall. The hack doesn't work. It's completely unnecessary.
So would you say
Tails gives him a hand, and he just runs fast enough to get in.
Would you say it was a hack job?
I'm just saying that whole subplot, not necessary. Okay, whatever. Then the Eggmans are in, and they do a dance sequence, which is the best dance sequence in the whole series, set to Galvanize by the Chemical Brothers. And it's a synchronized dance sequence between Jim Carrey and Jim Carrey in a disco laser hallway, and no notes. It's perfect. 100% necessary. Required.
No context necessary.
No, not at all. It's incredible. I would like put a looping GIF of it on the screen if I could at the moment. You don't need to see my footage. I'm coming back. Please be prepared for my immediate arrival.
Am I supposed to, like, rush you to the hospital or something?
No, I'm just letting you know. Coming back with more burrs.
Okay, I'll be ready for your arrival by getting on the same zipline.
Don't do that because I don't have my thingy equipped. I'm trying to heal up.
Sounds
and
like
then I'm going to go and do
like an issue, not an issue me.
Then I'm going to go and do a coal run because he asked me to. So please actually make sure that I have a sombrero prepared. Sombrero preparo. So they dance through the laser hallway.
Just don't take the one from the museum. Okay?
I don't know where the museum is.
The thing that I've been building?
You've built everything.
The thing.
Do you know how little that narrows it down?
There is one inside the warehouse. On a mannequin. Take that one.
Well, it's a good thing it's a full moon out.
Why?
So that I can find the warehouse.
What would a warehouse be when it's not a full moon then?
Like a regular human, duh.
So a warehouse is a human that turns into a house.
Yes! Yes, that's the bit. Thank.
You're really proud of yourself for that one, huh?
Yeah. My frame rate just dies over here for what it's worth.
Because of the light?
I have no idea. It hates it. Am I wearing the full sombrero stuff now? Yes, I am. Okay, all right, sweet. Sweet. We good.
Hey,
We
I'm
good.
gonna fall asleep standing up if we go much longer.
Oh, I laughed myself into having almost a headache from that. Okay, continuing on. Gerald Robotnik and Dr. Robotnik break into the room to get tricked by their very own trick. Because Gun Lady is like, haha, you've delivered me the security key now. The same way that Sonic and Pals do. What is her deal?
I don't know.
And not only that, but then Sonic and the rest of the group, like the rest of the humans, show up and are also caught in this like gravity trap that they have in this room. The gravity trap's kind of cool. I'll give it that. But why is she being evil?
Well, she's not being
Why-
evil. Her job is to
Why
keep
does
it
she-
from everyone.
Why is she capturing Sonic?
Because they're trying to steal the thing that she's supposed to guard from everyone.
Okay,
Her motivations are pretty clear cut.
It seems like a case of secondary antagonist who got lost in the draft, is all I'm saying. Because this is the last scene that she's in the entire movie.
Right.
There's
the
a
thing
little
that
bit of
they're
like gravity shenanigans.
I think what it was they're trying to get is the basically the keys to the Eclipse cannon.
Yes. Well, no, the actual arc. It's not just the cannon. The whole dang thing.
I thought we established the arc wasn't in it. It was just the Eclipse cannon.
Okay, we'll call it that. It's fine. That does make a nice distinction between the two. There's a fight scene. Sonic chooses to save his family instead of stopping Dr. Robotnik, which is the same conflict and resolution to it that we had from the first movie, where he went to save Knuckles instead of stopping Dr. Robotnik. I should put on the mutation instead of Aunt Friendo to be... Where's the cool one? Fresh Defense. There we go. All right. Heading back. And I don't have... I've got enough... Well, I got some junk in my inventory, but it's fine. It's fine. Robotnik gets away. Shadow gets away. Shadow goes, sees the general, who he thinks is the general, but it's actually Tom in disguise. And this is the general that had him in the gun headquarters and killed Maria, which we don't actually see Maria get shot in this movie. It's very disappointed.
A lot of people were upset to not see a little girl get gunned down.
Well, we did see her get gunned down. We just didn't see her get shot. She was absolutely downed by gun. And so Shadow uses excessive force, but not with the gun that he has. Uses excessive force and mortally wounds Tom. And that causes Sonic to snap. Sonic is like, I need the Master Emerald. I don't care. Knuckles is like, you cannot use it. You are thinking just in pure anger.
Knuckles and Tails.
This is not what you want.
Knuckles and Tails.
Sonic, this is now drawing a parallel between, like, Sonic now feels like his loved one was hurt in the same way that Shadow feels like his loved one was hurt. And so Sonic is going down a dark path and becoming edgy Spider-Man. Insert Tobey Maguire gif here, and they run off to... Sonic runs off to go and get the Master Emerald from Wade. Right?
Yes.
After some coercion by, like, saying, "I don't care, I need it." He gets it out of Knuckles, and
what's important here is, Knuckles actually shows that he's had more character growth than Sonic, because despite the fact that Sonic and Tails all made an agreement about this thing, and that that Knuckles and Tails both think that no, it shouldn't be used. He made an oath not to give it to him. He's going to exercise loyalty to his friend and tell him where he hid it.
Ooh, don't burn. I'm about to burn to death. There we go.
That's just a little detail that I think matters,
It's a good one. And in the meantime, the Robotniks and Shadow are breaking into the Eclipse Cannon, which rises from the river and is just a tiny little spaceship, like smaller than Robotnik's big robot from the last movie, which makes it feel kind of anticlimactic. And I really, really, really wish that it was just like they found like the key. There's no reason that it couldn't have been a spaceship that they had all along, and then the reveal that like Shadow was actually out in space this entire time. I don't know why they changed that. I don't know why this was changed. Do you have any comment on it?
Ask the question again.
Why make it so that they launch the Eclipse Cannon from this base rather than it just being a space station that Gunn had this entire time? If they were already setting up the fact that Gunn has been operating since the last 50 years, what does this change from it being a space station already in orbit?
Probably so they can have that whole cinematic sequence of it being lifted up.
It didn't feel that cinematic. It made it in comparison, it made it feel dinkier than if it was a big...
I agree with the assessment that it's kind of a pointless thing to have chosen.
It just feels like an obvious step down from the... Like, it's a de-escalation from the climax of the last movie.
Yeah, I can see that.
So that's my next So my gripe with this movie is first third, great. Second third, entirely pointless. Oh, right, I forgot. When Sonic and pals are being held in the gravity, Sonic tells Knuckles, I think it's an emergency, bud. You need to come in here. It's breaking in case of glass. And so then Knuckles just flies off, punches through the outer shield, and punches directly into the black box room. So their entire espionage bit is three times redundant because Knuckles could just punch into the room from the very start.
I think they also wanted to like try and do it stealthy. And that would have gotten a lot of attention.
They're Team Sonic. Why be stealth? I don't know at what point they have ever been stealth before.
Because I think they wanted to get it to keep it away from the Robotniks and not have to fight off Gunn for the rest of their lives.
Feels like Gunn's already after them in the first place. So, man, I don't know. I do not know. It seemed weird. It was just like...
Well, Gunn is after them because they
can
broke into their facility.
Okay, we're good. Sorry, I was dealing with a thing. I'm dealing with a thing I didn't want to be dealing with. How... Is that a problem for me to get back up there? I don't know. I don't know. But we'll find out. I've lost my train of thought. Where were we in the movie?
Knuckles punched through into the black room.
No, we were further than that. I went back to there.
Well, you went on a rant about it, and that's kind of where you got caught.
Yeah. Sonic gets the Chaos Emeralds, goes supersonic, and then Knuckles, and then Shadow, Robotnik, and Gerald are in space now. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and we also missed a little bit earlier where Shadow was left with Agent Stone in the crab, and Shadow reveals that, like, there will be nothing left to rule. We won't just rule the world, we're going to destroy it. And Stone is like, that seems ominous, and I should let the Doctor know. And Robotnik basically, like, dumps Agent Stone because he's got a granddaddy now, and family is more important than friends. Which it's not, actually. It's more about the found family. It's not about who you're blood related to. It's about, who actually respects and treats you well. Is the plot of this movie. Anyways, because Robotnik and Gerald have like a VR date together where they get to do all of the things that Robotnik missed out on. They get to do Robotnik's bucket list, which seems actually like surprisingly wholesome and kind of childlike. Like it's infantile stuff. It's riding roller coasters and eating cotton candy and watching fireworks. But they're in space now, and this is where Robotnik starts to wig in that maybe Granddaddy Gerald Robotnik is going to do a horrible thing and way, way, way overreact. Robotnik just wants to rule the world and then the galaxy and maybe the multiverse. Then maybe that'll be enough. Direct quote from Sonic 2. But no, destroying the Earth, that's a step too far. And so then they start to fight, and they start to break out their, like, nanotechnology, and Robotnik and Gerald use really terrible-looking CGI, like, transformation stuff to break out, like, Gerald Robotnik turns into a scorpion, and Robotnik turns into a mantis, and it's goofy looking.
I'm sorry, was this the suits that they got?
This is when they like get their like half mechanized fighting stuff.
Is this the suits that they have, like the costumes at the end?
No, I like their costumes. I like their red costumes. They look great in those.
I'm trying to figure out, is this where we finally get the iconic Eggman coat?
That was slightly beforehand, but yes, when they get launched into space is when we have the reveal of the
iconic
Eggman coat.
We finally have, at the end of 3 movies and a miniseries, we finally have Eggman that looks like Eggman from the games. It was pretty hype.
Yep. But they're... Oh, no! I'm gonna die. I somehow didn't die. It's fine. I didn't have... I tabbed back in, and I didn't have my thingy equipped. So I almost turbo-splatted. Meanwhile, Sonic has gone supersonic and is... Does he fly up into space? I don't think he flies up into space yet. I think he just fights Shadow on the ground
No,
at this point.
I think Shadow was in space, and he like flew up in there and like body slammed into him, like just going like straight through the cannon structure and pulling him out onto like some asteroid or moon or something to fight him.
No, they fight on the Earth. They fight on the Earth first because you get shots of them zipping around the globe. At one point, they end up in like some Greek temple. They initially fight before Sonic gets his rings knocked out of him. Then Sonic and Shadow both power up to their super forms. Then they zip around on the Earth, and you see a shot from space of them on the globe zipping around before they shoot up into space and onto the moon. And then they fight on the moon. But you are right that they are fighting on the moon at one point. Because there's a shot that is directly a reference to 2001: A Space Odyssey, where you see the sun, the pale blue dot like rise up from behind the moon, the Earthrise, if you will. I got you a bunch of the things that you asked for, and now I am dropping off stuff.
It was very melodic. I enjoyed your little getting a bunch of things I asked for song.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go next. I hate the lighting over here. Okay. And then they fight on the moon. And they have a heart-to-heart about how it's like you can't let your rage consume you. Obi-Wan, you were the chosen one, that sort of thing. And then both Shadow and Sonic depower. They have a power down moment where they are no longer in super form. We're just plain old blue hedgehog, plain old black hedgehog. Aight?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're talking on the moon. You know, the moon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon. That place.
Which exists in this world and wasn't blown up by the Eclipse Cannon.
Yet. The moon does get blown up by the Eclipse Cannon. Or are you not going to point it out?
I have goldfish.
The moon does not have a breathable atmosphere!
Look.
The thing that was for 2 movies said and very important for Sonic to require.
Okay, Buttface. This is actually accurate to the games. How many times have we seen Sonic in space in the games? And yet, when he takes a dip and has his nose underwater, after a few seconds you get and he drowns because he can't breathe underwater, but he's fine in space.
I would have granted that in all of the space ones, Sonic is in like... No, it's pretty inexcusable. I don't care. The movie's made special point to point out that he needs to go to an alien planet with a breathable atmosphere, and then this movie, they have a like heart-to-heart on the moon. Why? In the same breath where when Gerald and
do we know that
Robotnik are fighting, Robotnik gets knocked off the platform, and Gerald Robotnik opens up the bottom of this like laser cannon, and he gets vacuum sucked out.
Wait. This must say, do we know that the moon that they're talking on is our moon?
Yes. What moon would it be?
I mean, they can fly at like the speed of light, so they can go to like.
It's our moon. I don't care. If Hearthians need to plant little trees, and if we saw trees on the moon, I would have been fine with it. It's fine. We didn't see a tree on the moon.
I mean, regardless, my explanation, if you can't accept that they might have potentially gone to some other moon-like place that does have an atmosphere, then my explanation is that it's just canon, and always has been in the games, that Sonic and friends don't need to be able to... They just can't breathe underwater. It's not an inability to breathe in a lack of atmosphere.
Andy, did you hear about this one? They put a hog on the moon.
Huh?
Do you want me to unpack what I just did?
I have no idea what you were talking about.
That is the song Andy by the band Rem, which itself is used and heavily promoted the film Man on the Moon, which is about Andy Kaufman, in which Andy Kaufman is famously played by Dr. Robotnik, aka Jim Carrey. They put a hog on the moon. Andy, don't worry. I'm amusing myself rather than getting into an argument about breathing.
Now that you have unpacked that one's kind of funny.
Yeah, all right.
And it lines up with your Weird Al one, so that's a joke that exclusively you could have enjoyed.
No, I think more people know the Rem song "Man on the Moon."
I didn't know what you were talking about.
It's like up there with their song "Stand."
So I have good news about the armor displays for the museum.
Good news, everyone!
I have every piece of armor I need except for one full set.
Is it the Infected Broodmother set?
It is the Moldy Matriarch set.
I look forward to you soloing her.
I mean, I basically did anyway.
Oof! Oof! It's fine. I'm a big boy. I don't need no ego over that.
Not only did I basically soloed her, I basically soloed her in a challenge rating for 2 people.
It's fine.
Honestly, she might end up feeling easier than that Widow I soloed did.
To get back to the Sonic recap, because we're right there at the end. Sonic and Shadow have a heart-to-heart. They agree that maybe they shouldn't be fighting each other, and instead, maybe Maria didn't want the entire world to be destroyed. Robotnik gets vacuumed out into space.
Not Robotnik.
Which, again, is a vacuum, and people can't breathe out there.
Gerald.
No, not Gerald. Ivo, Dr. Robotnik. Gerald remains on the Eclipse cannon.
You sure?
Yes, 100%. Because then it's revealed that Knuckles and Tails used a ring to save Dr. Robotnik, and they end up on the Eclipse cannon. Meanwhile, after Sonic and Shadow have their heart-to-heart on the moon, Live and Learn starts playing, and they start flying to the Eclipse cannon, set to a cover of Live and Learn, as they're fighting not gun robots, not Gamma E102s, just some weird-looking robots that don't match either. They're fighting knockoff Metal Gears.
I just want to say, I don't think that this rendition of Live and Learn is very good.
No, it's not. It's not that great.
Like, one of the hype-up moments leading up to the movie was, oh, they got the license to use Live and Learn. It's going to be awesome. So it's like the whole movie, I'm like, yeah, it's going to be in here. It's going to be an awesome scene. And then, no, it's not a good version of Live and Learn.
So there's actually two problems with how they do live and learn in this one. Is they play the live and learn theme as like Sonic and Shadow power up on the moon after they become bros, and then they cut back to the Robotniks fighting for another like throwaway scene, and then they cut back to Shadow and Sonic, and it's like you've ruined the momentum. When you do your needle drop, play the needle drop in full. Don't give an interlude. It robs it of its punch.
I even after the movie went on YouTube to listen to the song just by itself in full. Mm. It's not a good version of Live and Learn. I'm sorry. It's not good.
They orchestral it up when it really does need to be butt rock.
Yeah.
Have I told you the origin of the term butt rock?
You might have, but I don't remember.
Okay. Butt rock is called butt rock because it's a bunch of radio stations that would say, we play rock, only rock, and nothing but rock. And then it's like a bunch of those sounding songs. Like, you got your Nickelbacks and you got your AC/DCs and that specific kind of rock. Not grunge rock, but like just the real chugga-chuggas.
Not grunge rock, but rock.
Yeah. It's not that the rock sounds like butt, or it's not like people saying it as in like, oh, this rock is butt. No, it's specifically because the radio stations played rock, nothing, or rock, only rock, and nothing but rock. And that was the bit that took on in the music, like, snobbery scene.
Okay, now that I have all the armor sets except for one, we start making all the weapons and tools.
So as the Eclipse Cannon is powering up, the Gerald Robotnik makes his like big announcement to the world that he's going to destroy it. We get an exact like character for character recreation of the like TV screens around the world, including like one guy who's dressed up as a businessman and walking through the shot as Agent Stone looks up and sees this. And that might have been a little bit earlier, but regardless, everyone is fighting their way to the Ark. Robotnik is even back and gets his one up on Gerald Robotnik, and at the very end of the fight, Gerald Robotnik like bats his grandfather into the swirling energy vortex around it, and you just get
Ivo bats.
Yeah, Ivo bats Gerald, and then you just get a tiny little like bug zapper. And like we see a man murdered on screen, and Ivo goes, "Say what you will about my grandfather, he knew how to make one hell of a bug zapper." And that's how I know he doesn't get flushed out into space.
That's what I was thinking of. I thought that he got flushed out into space, which threw him into the bug zapper.
No.
Good news. The roof on the warehouse is done.
Oh, what's the bad news?
I didn't say there was bad news. I said good news.
Oh, I appreciate the good news.
I mean, we should probably still collect pine cones so we can build up a supply of them. These are still useful for other things like the bigger chests and the bigger pallets. So it's good to keep them in the rotation, as it were.
I've been picking them up. I just got a bunch more. So Ivo Robotnik stays behind on the Ark, says that he's going to try and like use his technology to shield the reactors for long enough that Shadow can do a noble sacrifice and push the Ark out of the atmosphere of the Earth so that it doesn't become irradiated and destroy all life as we know it. Ivo Robotnik makes a like one last video call down to Earth and this is the line that actually made me tear up, is when he says to Agent Stone, "You weren't just a sycophant, you were a sicko friend." And I got a little misty-eyed. I liked my toxic Yuri. Or Yowie. Yowie? Toxic
Yes, Yowie.
Yuri on Ice features Yowie. That's how I remember it.
Yuri is something I would be into.
Yes. I just remember that there is an anime about skating about Yuri Grigorovich, the Russian skater, that features toxic Yowie. And that's how I keep the two straight. That's my mnemonic. So he makes his touching, like, final sacrifice speech. He done get blowed up for good. And Shadow also presumably sayonara's himself.
Look, we've had 3 movies now where Robotnik is presumed dead. And yet... I mean, look, we already know they're making a Sonic 4 because there's an after credits teaser.
We need to...
They're not going to make a Sonic 4 without a Robotnik. All I'm saying is, like, there's no such thing as Robotnik died for good. It's not happening. They didn't
trying to think of...
They didn't even kill him for good in the Archie comics where they weren't afraid to actually kill him.
They didn't even kill him in Chronicles Dark Brotherhood.
So what's our epilogue here?
Well, they're back camping again. They're back camping again to finish Sonic's birthday celebration. Turns out Tom's actually okay and did not die of fatal injuries. He's just got a broken arm. That's the big reveal. And Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles go off and run through the forest. And then we play the credit sequence where it's Sonic the Fighters.
Are you waiting for me on something?
I just want you to talk about the after credit sequence because the whole running bit during our X-Men thing is that I never sat around to watch the ending sequences, and you always had to inform me that there were them.
Yeah. So yeah, the ending sequence is them just picking right up from where the credits started, where they're running through the forest. Sonic gets separated from the other two, gets to the end, thinks he wins, but then sees a figure that he mistakes for one of them. It doesn't respond, and then it starts fighting with him. And it looks a lot like Sonic, except it's robotic. And then a bunch more appear, and it looks like Sonic's about to be done for.
Anyone else tired?
When a hammer comes out of nowhere and smashes one of the metal Sonics. And then Amy Rose reveals herself, and then that's it. Are we getting a hug shoe?
Yes. I was actually... because I forgot that I'd planted muscle sprouts at home. Should have been keeping up with that. My thought is because, again, we had a loose thread in Sonic 2 where there were, like, not the Echidna tribe, and then Knuckles, the last of the Echidnas. Which means that there was probably a big war between the Echidnas and the Longclaw race. So my theory is that we're actually not going to have a Robotnik, and those metal Sonics are like the replacement war machines that the Owl race has been building because they lost Sonic. And it's going to be revealed that actually Sonic was raised maybe by the bad guys, and Amy is part of the... Amy and Shadow and all of that were, like, sent off to different planets as orphans to be kept from the bad guy race.
Okay.
This is wild speculative fan theory nonsense.
You want to hear my wild speculative fan theory nonsense?
Are we gonna do Sonic CD and it's actually time traveling Robotnik?
Well, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say something a little less predictable coming from me. I think that we're going to find out that Robotnik did create a Metal Sonic after his defeat in Sonic 2. And much like in Sonic Adventure, it was just in stasis. And this is our Sonic Hero storyline, where it turns out it got loose and it's gotten a lot of power and just it's Metal Sonic behind it all. Neo, what do they call it? Metal Overlord or whatever?
You're asking me for Sonic lore. I cannot help you.
But yeah, I think it's going to be a Sonic Hero story and not a Sonic CD story. That's my prediction.
We'll have to see. I'm legit, like, again, as much as I'm down on the first movie for being I'm not down on the first movie. The first movie is a serviceable kids movie and pilot. The second movie, I think, is clearly the winner for being, like, just the best movie overall, which is blighted by the fact that it has a really insufferable human arc in the middle of it. And then the third movie, I really like how they set up and deal with Shadow, and then the movie just progressively falls apart as it goes on.
I think we're actually in agreement for once on opinion of the movies.
But, all that being said, there's still, like, 7 out of 10 movies.
I think...
They're fine.
I actually think Sonic 2 might be better than the Super Mario movie.
I really like the Super Mario movie from an animation standpoint. And while the Sonic movies, Sonic 2 is definitely the best looking one and is a pretty dynamic and well-crafted movie. Nah, you could make an argument. You could make an argument, and I'd be hard pressed to disagree with you.
But I do think the first one, like you said, it's fine for a kids movie. The problems with it really stem from the flawed premise that the director went in thinking that people playing the games don't care and don't want to see it, and he's making a movie for people who don't play the games.
I don't think that is a fault of the director, even with a direct quote from him saying as much. Again, I think that was the fact that this was a Hollywood script that was kicking around for a while, and they just crowbarred Sonic into it.
I don't know whose fault it was. I'm just saying that what makes it lackluster as a Sonic movie and as a part of this trilogy is the fact that it clearly was not a movie that was being designed from the ground up for fans of Sonic.
Yes, I will entirely agree with you in that regards. Oop! I need that.
So, speaking of sequels, have you heard?
Blau, can you pick up my hammer on the ground here? There we go. I got it. Never mind. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the greatest.
Have you heard that there's some relevant news recently?
You were taking a break, and I mentioned that I'm excited to play the grounded sequel to the folks.
Oh, you already ruined it.
I'm saying this was the first time we've sat down and done anything since Grounded 2 got announced, and it's going to be weird how I'm going to have to relearn how to navigate a space that I am now like, this might be the game world I have spent the most... No, that's not true. I looked at what my time my time spent in Tunic is like 200 hours at this point. But I'm very intimately familiar with this very large game world. And still get lost in it.
I need to figure out how I want to do this.
Whee! Chris Blatt.
At this point, I just need to put a roof on this. And I want to make the front of the roof decorative, like a museum. That's why I got the pillars there.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Don't even need to boil.
Yeah, I got you.
Then after I get it built, then I could probably work on the actual exhibits.
No, I'm liking the way this looks.
Why is there a bunch of slurry in here?
Why is there a bunch of what?
Why is there a bunch of slurry in the bricks box?
Was there a better place to keep slurry?
I don't know, we have the menu. Oh, it's full.
I was just bricks and slurry go together, right? Slurry gets turned into nothing but bricks.
Like peanut butter.
That
and jelly.
slurry will all eventually become bricks when I can.
Or no, I should have said like love and marriage.
But yeah, that was Sonic
It goes
3.
together like horse and carriage. That's right. Now
I'm legitimately excited for Sonic 3. I'm also legitimately excited, or Sonic 4. I'm also legitimately excited to continue playing more Grounded with you until I shrivel up and die of old age.
Ooh. Huh. Okay. I see. I see.
But I think I'm about ready to start winding down on Grounded discuss. Why not bring that one level up?
That's what I'm doing.
Okay. But I think I'm about ready to start winding down on Touch and Grass for today, unless you've got more stuff you're wanting to do in game.
I did want to discuss the
Whoop, ow.
the trailer for Grounded 2 a little bit, and like I kind of want to use the resources I have for
Okay.
building.
We can cover that. Do you want to send me off in a direction to do something? Actually, those burrs have probably regrown. I'll go see what I can do about that.
Yeah. But yeah, trailer had a lot of interesting things in it.
Go off, Queen.
I think I read that it's gonna launch with over 60 bugs in it already.
How many bugs are there in this game?
Good question. Let's see. 48 angry, 8 neutral, that's 56, and 15 harmless. So that is 69. Nice. Wait, no, 71. Sorry.
So,
and then there's at least 3 more in New Game Plus that I know of.
I feel like this game has a decent amount of enemy variety, but I also, since I'm not like sitting here trying to learn parries and stuff, I basically just lump all of the enemies into either ground enemy or flying enemy. There doesn't really feel like there's a lot of appreciable differences between enemies. I think maybe ground enemies with range attack versus not ground enemies with range attack. I don't particularly concern myself with enemy variety, and I don't feel like a lot of the attack patterns. Now, the bosses, on the other hand, bosses are actually very varied, and I appreciate their design. So if the devs just took every bug that was in Grounded 1 and ported it over to Grounded 2, which I have no reason to believe that's not what they're going to do, because that sounds totally fine by me. Like, why wouldn't you reuse those assets?
Right. Well, one thing to keep in mind is it is launching in early access, like Grounded 1 did.
God, I don't like early access games. I try to avoid them. But you told me, again, this game launched in early access, and we started recording the series when it was 1.0, right?
Yes.
And then they'd made some updates
They made a
since
massive
then when we were
update.
recording. How was the early access period with Grounded 1?
So I never actually played it in actual early access. I started playing it in, I think it was 1.3 or something. The one that introduced the Wasp Queen as a boss.
Was the story complete when you played it?
Yes. All the way up to Schmechter.
Okay. Was the story complete in early access?
No. I know for a fact that only certain parts of the yard were populated with anything to begin with. And they kind of expanded out from the starting area. And everything that they hadn't expanded to was just an open field. And you could build there, of course. But once they did add something, I think it just like deleted all your buildings.
So I am not opposed to playing Grounded 2 the second that it comes out, but I also am not going to commit to a full series of Grounded 2 until we see more of like the state that it will be in early access.
Right.
I'm concerned that we will end up hitting a point where it's like, I just want to be gunning the main story. Like, I just want to sit here and explore the art and have the Grounded 1 experience. 2.
So, I have a counter argument to that.
Yes.
Consider how in Grounded 1 here, we were always gunning the main story. And we never really had just a good time to just put it on pause and do some base building, which is why we're now doing Touching Grass, the base build. I feel like playing in early access would give us a better opportunity to focus on base building and not feel like we're wasting our time, you know?
So that was the argument that I was going to make for playing in early access is we could treat early access, we could treat Grounded 2 like an MMO in early access as like when it gets updates, those are when the expansions drop.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes. I'd be fine with that. And like,
because I don't really play MMOs and I don't really enjoy that kind of content. But I also, again, Grounded is so incredibly cozy to me that, like, if there's more of it, I just want the more of it. I want to put the Grounded in my eye holes and twiddle my thumbs as more Grounded happens. So, like, I'm not going to say no to playing Grounded. It's just, my worry is that we will play it, we will hit the end of that expansion content, and then go, I guess we'll wait for more to happen.
well, no, we can still play.
And then the second that something more comes out, it'll be like, oh, all of that stuff that we did is now obsolete because X, Y, and Z dropped, and it completely rechanges how blah, blah, blah work. I don't know.
So I think as long as we build in populated areas, we shouldn't really have to worry about, like, losing our builds.
That was my concern, is that, like, they had a yard and then they completely changed the yard every expansion, and now the game was like unrecognizable between its early access version versus its 1.0.
I mean,
the way that
it is unrecognizable, but like the areas that were populated didn't significantly change over time.
Let me rephrase that. It sounds like Grounded was built in chunks.
Yes.
As if like the map's fog of war expanded, whereas like it's very different between the way that I played Minecraft from before Minecraft had furnaces in it all the way up to 1.0. Every time a major update came out, I was like, well, I might as well just generate a new Minecraft world because so much has changed. Does that make sense?
So generating a new Minecraft world, at least in my opinion, was always a necessity due to the fact that new resources would not spawn in areas that you have explored.
Yeah, and Grounded was not really developed or built that way. That's what I'm saying. Is like I think it lends itself to this early access mode a lot more so than some other like survival crafting games, because it is a highly handcrafted experience.
Right.
It has like authored world design.
Yeah.
Anything else from the trailer you wanted to talk about? I got us sidetracked into like the mechanics of how this is going to come out. You were telling me you enjoyed the new upgrades to the teens.
Well, yes, all of the kids have gotten glow-ups. Although, I did have to mention to my wife that Willow's glow-up was a little bit stereotypical. Because
I couldn't tell you. I'm not even in working memory.
I mean, it's based in truth, so I don't know how much you can like get on anyone's case about it. But the Willow's hair changes and she dyes part of it red. A lot of media will depict black women with their natural hair with red highlights, and it's not something that doesn't happen. Because
is Willow's default outfit not black and red in this?
I'm just talking about her hair.
I'm talking about Willow's like default color scheme is black and red, right?
No, it's like purple, and the shirt's black. Her sleeves are green.
I could have sworn I associated her with black and red, but maybe I'm also just associating her with Shadow the Hedgehog, and also with the fact that she likes spiders, and that makes me think of Black Widow, which is black and red.
Maybe.
I might just be like.
Anyway, like I said, it's based a little bit in truth, even if it is stereotypical. It's like black women wearing their natural hair with red highlights is a fairly popular style.
I mean, that was the hairstyle that the girl I dated in high school had.
And I have
like down to a T.
I have worked with a lot of black women that have opted for something similar. But I guess it was pointed out to me that it's just stereotypical. And I guess we've entered an age where sometimes stereotyping just for the sake of stereotyping is sometimes an issue. I don't know.
Blau, you have seen what I look like. I look like your stereotypical hipster, and also, as Bob puts it, a youth pastor.
You look like an old man.
I fall in... Stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason in some cases.
Yeah, I mean, usually they're based in a sliver of truth, if nothing else.
I have Bird. That's a place for a... can I... Alright. Oh, no. Oh, I've done a silly. I've done a silly goofums.
Silly goofums.
I shouldn't be here. Yeah. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. It's fine. It's less than fine. It's less than fine all of a sudden. Oh no, I've made a terrible mistake.
Did you just become an old Jewish man?
No, that's just my old man voice, and also me when I'm like holding my breath and wheezing out a pain.
All right, I need an opinion on this.
I'm waiting for the thing that I need an opinion. That you need an opinion on.
Well, you need to come to the base to see what I'm talking about.
Working on it. I'm trying to work on it. World's meatiest gum nugget. Sorry. I'm working. I'm coming. Anything else grounded trailer wise? I mean, it's a direct sequel taking place 2 years after the main story of this game.
With the same teenagers.
It's following the same kid.
It's in a much bigger area because it takes place in a park.
Do we know it's a much bigger area? Have they confirmed that, or is that just like speculation?
Well, just looking at the trailer, it looked much bigger than the backyard.
The backyard has a weird sense of scale.
It does. But it still looked a lot bigger. I have nothing to go off for that besides vibes, though. So criticize as you will.
I
also wanted to say
it looks like they've scaled it up.
I wanted to say before we left the note, I do like Willow's new design a lot. This looks very.
I'm trying to imagine. I cannot picture what any of the teens look like in the trailer. And I'm I'm racking my brain on how the heck you glow up Pete.
That one I've seen a close-up like artwork of. And I don't know how to explain it.
How does one glow up spindly nerd?
Not so spindly.
Then it's I don't know. You know what? No, I take that back. You glow up Pete by slowly morphing him into Dr. Venkman. There we go. All right, I'm back at the base.
Okay.
I have a bunch of spiky. Well, I'm almost back at the base.
I need you to see what I'm doing and give me your opinion.
My honest opinion? Let's take a look. Ooh, you're doing a gabled roof?
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe I should dial it back. Because that makes it really tall.
Yeah, my opinion is that is too pointed, but I like where you have the right-hand side. If that makes sense, from where I'm standing looking up at the front entrance.
Stage right or your right?
If we're looking at it head on, the right-hand side, go straight across from that height. That height is good.
Oh,
don't build up from there.
The lower one.
Yeah, the lower one.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Just flat across from there, and then I think maybe even one down from the lower one. Because you don't want it to be too flat.
Yeah.
I just watched you fall. Yeah, I would go one down from the lower one.
Like I just did?
Let's take a look. I was just outside. Why you falling?
Good question. I do have my thing equipped. Oh, right, because I'm dragging stuff.
Dragging stuff. Yeah, I like that. I like that level.
Is that even, or do I need to go one down?
You need to go one more. You need to go one more down, and then it should be even.
And then just go flat across?
Yeah, and then just go flat across from there. Because it's still it still frames the top of the building pretty imposingly. Without having to... Like, if you look on my screen, I think I'm... Like, that's a good outline for the building.
My flat roofs.
That's the name of the hat that I wear. It's a flat cap. I'm so... I got it. I can grab that. I can grab that to show on stream.
Okay. Oh, I'm out of burgers. I'm gonna have to build up the mushroom wall, but I think I'm gonna do it like a hidden attic type deal for the oh, but the frog, huh? Oh, we are completely out of burrs. That is a shame.
Spiky burrs, we're out?
Yep.
Oh, no, hold on. No, we're not.
Oh?
Oh, I've got But the Frog covering my screen. I can't see. We're in a problem. Hold on. Do you want some burrs?
Don't
the burr chest?
Don't drop them.
Where's the burr chest?
Hold on. I will. No, I can't. I don't have any. It's
I got it. It just loaded in. Nope.
You.
There we go.
Piece of grass plank.
Deposit these. There. You've got more burrs now. Why do I have a piece of grass?
Because you pulled it through the roof.
Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. I can't. I can't. We've got a problem. Okay. Frog has to go off screen. Do you have my other lovely piece of fan art that I can throw up on screen?
Mine?
Yeah.
I don't have it on my computer now. Actually, wait. Yes, I should have it on my computer.
Just have it in a Discord chat somewhere. I can grab it. I just don't have it on hand.
Have I PM'd it to you? I just posted it yesterday in Brick Chat.
Yeah, but I don't know what I would search to find that.
Just search my name. Fine.
You keep doing your thing. While you're building, I'm filling for time.
Okay.
Just find the person. From user Blau. There is all of your pictures from Pride. You talk a lot. The problem is that you talk a lot in Brick Chat. And...
I'm sorry, I am a woman. Do you have a problem with that?
With the amount you talk, no. With you being a woman, also no. I know better than to get yelled at online.
So I do need to fill in this wall.
This isn't even your fan art. This is Frau Blau fan art.
Well, it was at my request.
I now have 2 different pieces of fan art.
Of you as a Sonic OC?
I'm gonna have to do something with them. I don't know what. See, I can get both of these up on the screen at the same time.
Oof. I do like how the museum is coming together.
There. See, now, you know what would be a great grounded enemy? A frog.
Well, I mean, in a park, we might get one.
We've got tadpoles. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they need to get revenge for all of their young that we have mercilessly slain.
Oh, that's the other thing that's exciting about Grounded 2 that we know hard confirmed is in it.
What's that? Mounts?
Yeah!
As long as we don't get one that speaks French.
That'd just be racist.
I thought you were going to make a joke about It Takes Two.
I already made the reference in It Takes Two that them being French frogs is racist. How am I supposed to get up to where? Okay, hold on. Oh, okay. We're gonna do this. Okay. Oop, you left a hole in the floor.
Yeah, so I can get back up. You have a problem with that?
God, I fell through it. I just told you that I had a problem with it. Like we were just over this. That's what started this whole conversation. Blau, there's a hole in the floor. I fell through it. What part of that didn't you get?
Oh, I put those in all the right places. That last one is definitely not in the right place.
Well, you know what? We'll
just scaffold it.
I don't know what that means.
It means build something to stand on that you can destroy afterward.
I don't know how to build. That's what I leave it up to you for. Oops, I have deconstructed myself into a wall. Oh, I have made a mess of this.
Okay, I got all of those blueprints in place. Do I need to make the roof match all the way across?
What do you mean, make the roof match all the way across?
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by that.
So, do I make the roof a flat roof? Or do I make it match this, this angle all the way across? That's what I'm asking. Like, is this just like an accent at the front? Or is this
Yeah,
roof?
I think that is... I think what you've just constructed there at the front can just be a fascia, if you will.
Right. That's what I was kind of picturing. Now I'm just uncertain of how to go about constructing the roof, though. Because wouldn't the roof need to come up higher than this? I probably don't need these triangle ones if that's the case.
I've completely lost what I'm doing because I am trying to build crud.
Well, you're gonna have to pause from building crud for a minute.
What for?
Being a responsible adult.
Oh, I gotta take my meds. Oh, you can have that. I already have a drink.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're good. Thank you.
What are you drinking?
Hi, Blau.
Hi.
Sponsor me nonsense. Blau says hi. Or sorry, can I take that back? Blau says hi in a very Southern Belle kind of way.
I am not.
Sorry, what was that? What?
Why are you like this?
I'm not the one who's a Southern Belle.
I'm not a Southern Belle.
What are you then? Where are you from?
South?
And what are you?
A woman?
So you are a Southern Belle.
That is not. There's more to being a Southern Belle than just being a Southern woman.
Is there?
Yes!
Is there?
Yes!
Are you sure about that? Oh!
Yes!
I felt.
Well,
Well, you're a Southern Belle. I'm a Northern Feld.
a Northern fella.
Because I fell. Or I fell down.
Yeah, but you're also a fella.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't notice. Okay. Can you relocate stair? Why won't you let me relocate stair?
Alright. Well, you wanted to wind down. We've talked about the size of the yard, the time skip, the bugs, the mounts. I don't really know that much else was revealed to talk about. Yeah, new armor sets. They look cool, but I don't really know what else to say about them.
I didn't see that there were new armor sets.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
I probably need to spend some time thinking on how I want to do this roof. But
We'll have plenty of time to think. I can't believe we got through all of the Sonics in less time than the length of the Sonic movies.
yeah, that's pretty crazy.
That's not like us.
And we actually got some like real progress done on the building today. The warehouse is done. I built almost all of the exhibits, like the stuff I need for the exhibits for the museum. And we got some significant construction on the building of the museum itself done as well.
I'm trying over here, you know?
I'm going to go put the things I'm carrying back in their respective boxes. And then get ready for the old honk shoe.
That's, well, give me 2 seconds to finish off these blueprints that you've put up. And then deconstruct my
Did you say
disgusting
blueprints?
staircases. I did not say blueprints, I said blueprints. Oh my goodness, it was a pun! Were you waiting for that one?
Yeah.
Yeah? Was it everything you hoped for?
That was a pretty good fake reaction.
I would never give a fake reaction in a grounded series with you, my best friend Blau. Never in a million years would I do that. What do you take me for, good ma'am?
A dishonest little guy.
No, it's true. I'm sneaky like that. Ooh.
Sneaky little Canadian.
Haha! They'll never see it coming.
I was about to out you so hard.
I can do a snooze. I can do a snooze cruise.
I'm just refilling the thingamajig.
The stuff I'm a whatsits?
Whatchamacallit.
The Hoozamadoodles. Yeah, that's looking pretty snazzy. I would still suggest putting corner pieces in there. Now that I'm looking at it from the outside.
Yeah, I need to look at like pictures of real museums to figure out what I want to do here.
In fact,
courthouses
you
and
might
stuff.
even want to like do a mid layer for the entryway. Like bump those very middle columns up one.
Yeah.
I'll let you, Ms. Design, figure it out.
Yeah, I'll figure it out between touching grass sessions. I would like to finish this museum before we start into New Game Plus.
Do we not have raw weevil meat?
No, I don't think so. Because I don't think it's used to make anything. Why? Did I put something I didn't finish building in there?
Yeah.
Oops.
This little guy is missing some weevil meat.
Oh, here's some weevil meat.
Yeah. Right here. He's right here. He's right here.
Oh, there was only one piece.
That would be why.
And that was the only
Well,
piece
now
we
he
got.
lives here and will have to be weeviled at some point.
Yeah.
The little evil weevil.
He's not evil. He's just been coerced. Okay?
Hey, I'm gonna fall asleep standing.
Well, he was a little guy and now he's a fungi.
That he is. Well, I guess we covered all the topics we had to talk about today. I do look forward to Grounded 2. Still undecided if we'll do early access of it or not. We still have a lot of New Game Plus to cover on Grounded 1, so it's not like we have to make a decision immediately anyway. I might wait until the first patch just to see how it handles things before I decide if we want to start before 1.0 or not.
We'll find out.
We'll figure it out.
We've got a whole New Game Plus here to like be burning through in the background.
God, we got like 10 New Game Pluses to do.
Don't even with me.
At least we'll get a lot stronger since they all come with milk molars. Honestly, that's the thing that's going to take all the time is finding the milk molars.
We can bust that out in a setting.
But, yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching. And the next one will probably be another Touching Grass sometime. Got anything you want to shout out?
Nope, I don't make Let's Plays anymore, so I ain't got nothing to shout out.
Oh, don't say it like that. People will think you have retired and you're not just being a lazy good-for-nothing.
Do you know how many Let's Plays I've recorded this year alone?
Well, no, because you haven't put anything out and you haven't told me anything.
I've told you some of them that I've recorded this year that I'm chomping your stees, because you're not getting to them anytime soon.
I blame Twitch. Anyway, that is going to do it, I think. See you guys next time.
See ya!